Because to me, a plane made out of aluminium would harpsichord up against that building, and most of it would have ended up on the pavement or sidewalk. Sorry, this is getting annoying now doing the. But yeah, it would end up, but it's not going to go through the building and then come out the other side. That's ridiculous.
I wonder if you shoot an aluminium can with the speed of that airplane hitting the tower, which would be maximum like 400 knots or something, or 500 knots, whatever. It can't be extremely fast because at some point the plane would have dismantled itself and would have fallen out of the sky way before. So it needs to be within the limits of the airframe. So if air can already destroy the airframe of a plane, okay, at some point the wings will break and the whole plane will just completely be destroyed in the air when you just go too fast on a dive or whatnot. What happens if I use a big steel plate or a plate of steel that was made out of the same steel as the VTC and I shoot a can towards it with the same speed? Will like every kid will say the same, that nothing will happen to that steel, literally nothing. Even if I would shoot it at the speed of light, that can will always just completely be okay, maybe that's a stupid, let's not go into vain imaginations. Even if I shoot it at the speed of a bullet, it will still do almost nothing to the steel beam.
Yeah, I said this to someone, Clay, and we can all, it makes sense. It makes perfect sense. I said this to someone in the chill on 24/7. One of these guys who they seem to come off a conveyor belt into these panels, and they just, try and shove the mainstream narrative down our throats. It's quite fun to watch them squirm. This guy was like, well, they cut concrete with water and steel with water. I'm like, what the fuck? What kind of statement is that? That's the false equivalence. That's like a fucking one of them Gatling guns. That's not the same thing at all.
Yeah, it just shows how stupid people are.
I mean, what a rebuttal that is. Well, they cut steel with water. Clay.
Oh man, I'm sorry for some people, because they just live in a dream world. They want to have these dreams to be a true thing. They just can't. I really think most of the globe heads in here, they just don't have they don't have the, what is it called, the emotional stability. Sorry if I'm not saying this correctly. To accept the reality for what it is. That's why they need to, like a child, need to make their own dream world to escape in. Imagine someone like Mr. Citation suddenly needing to tell his family and everyone else, he was wrong about the whole idea of a spinning, wobbling, tilted space ball, and now he actually is honest to himself and knows that the Earth is not a ball. Imagine what would happen. Did I break up?
No, you didn't break up, dude.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, isn't it the truth that most of these people are living in their childhood dreams? To be honest, like in some kind of escape. And subconsciously they just hear, because most of them admire that we can stand for the truth as human beings.
So I think it was earlier or maybe this morning that somebody was doubting nuclear bombs, and I'm conflicted on that because I've looked at both sides and I've seen footage of like nuclear testing, and the footage looked mad fake. And like they'll have a car just randomly pop up halfway through the video of a nuke going off, like it was like the whole thing was like fake. But I come from Puerto Rico, right? I was born in Puerto Rico, but I was raised in America. And the Puerto Rican people remember a time where the U.S. was testing nukes off our coast, right? In Vieques, it's an island off our coast. People seen this stuff. People witnessed it. It was ruining the environment. It was shaking. Imagine a bomb going off. Imagine a nuke going off in your backyard. Oh, the U.S. is over here testing out some weapons, right? It happens to be your homeland, dude. The land that you hold dear to your heart is getting nuked.
Well, if you
right?
look at Hiroshima and understand that that wasn't a nuke that destroyed the city.
Listen,
Obviously.
I'm not even going there. I'm not going into the weeds yet. We can go there, but I'm not even going there just yet. I'm just talking about the simple implications of what I'm saying. If this is true, and you have a whole island of people that witness actual nukes going off to the point where they had to protest the U.S. government for them to stop testing them bombs off our coast, right? So that alone would imply that this has to be real.
Well,
right?
How could they differentiate between them just testing a lot of TNT? You know, how could anyone tell that? You know, I mean, it's just an explosion. You know. So
I mean, that's a valid point. That's a valid point that you have there. But again, it would still imply that they do have in possession a crazy ass bomb that's capable of a lot of damage.
You know what I personally think? I personally think the Most High would never give man the opportunity to be able to destroy half of the plane or even a little bit of it. I personally think such a super bomb that could you know kill us all is just pure fiction, 100% fiction. I don't think that any huge bomb that can destroy Europe or whatnot exists. I think that's just pure fear-based mind control. That's what they want you to believe.
Listen,
I think only the Lord is the one who can destroy this whole earth in a second of an eye blink.
All right, hear me out, right? Because you have a valid point, bro, and I've honestly entertained that idea. I've thought of it critically, but you got to understand, dude, that they do got possession of these crazy bombs. Like even Russia apparently has a bomb called Poseidon, and it could all just be reverse. You know, it could be reverse psychology, right? It could all be just mind control to try to fear-based mind control to try to get us to submit to the governments of the world because they got nukes and whatever. It could, you know, I don't think that's the case. I really think that they really do have these crazy bombs that are like flash weapons. I mean, even the Vedas, the Hindu Vedas talk about in ancient times, the earth was hit by some of these same exact bombs that they have today. Maybe they were antediluvian, but it happened, dude.
Yeah, I kind of lean towards with Clay on this one, especially when you look at the get under the table, all that stupid shit that they were doing in America. The idea that they've dropped these bombs in, you know, Hiroshima and Nagasaki, people were living there the following week. I thought they had you know, radiation, all this kind of shit. What's going on? I thought there was some kind of fallout.
Exactly.
So I was talking to a guy on 24/7. His name's Get Beget. You know, the guy who sounds, you know, he sounds a bit old and a bit drugged up, or not drugged up, but it reminds me of like some sort of giant grey ape or something. Like he talks, you know. Anyway, the point is, The point is, he seems to know his stuff regarding chemistry, and he was sort of saying that nukes were fake, but the hydrogen bombs were very real, and he walked me through the sort of science of that, and he did seem to know what he was talking about. So I don't know if that's any help, but
yeah, that is. I could get with that because the ones I'm looking at are hydrogen bombs. Them things are nuts, dude. They're bigger.
So what I just think is there's a limitation to destruction. That's just what I just think. I think you can have a bomb, a hydrogen bomb, and yeah, they can destroy a whole city. They could destroy New York, for example. But I don't think that there's like some kind of crazy super bomb that is able to like with one click of a button destroy everything or half of the plane or whatnot. You know, that's something I don't believe. I think there's like a physical limitation of what a bomb can do. You know. Because it's like playing the creator, you know, and I don't think that the Most High has given man the physical opportunity to click one button and with one bomb you can like literally destroy almost everything.
Yeah, have you guys ever seen the bombs? So you think making a little bomb is better than a big bomb? So people really believe that I can take a piece of sand and I can make that hurt you more than a rocket that is the biggest bomb you'll ever see leave the planet and come right back and never go to space. A rocket is the biggest bomb we have. Not imaginary little pill bottle in Oppenheimer's garage, not a little metal egg,
I
and
believe the
not
same.
breaking. Right. So when you see a rocket go up, say hi to the biggest bomb you'll ever see in your life. So if that's not the thing coming down to eliminate you, then you haven't seen the biggest rocket yet or the biggest bomb. That's it. Full of fuel, the biggest bomb is a rocket. If they send it up and it comes down to me like I'm the target, like we want to hurt Demok, boom, the rocket's going to hit me. It's going to explode for what it can, and it's going to be done. They have bunker busters. They have certain shit, but it's like how powerful is each thing? And just because they show you a camera or water, air bubbles, or sound releasing from water, or some dumb shit with water exploding or something that you're not standing right next to, don't believe it. Unless you can see like what the fuck it is. It could be TNT. It could be a lot of things, man.
I agree with you, man. Really. It doesn't
I just think that.
Sorry.
Clay, I just think that. No, just real quick. That we have TNT, valid, right? But that's gunpowder, dude. You don't think that human beings have evolved to have created something a lot stronger, more potent, and explosive than gunpowder, concentrated gunpowder?
Oh, definitely.
I don't know. Hold on. Do you mean has physical matter of Earth changed since human beings have been here? No, I think Earth is still going to be Earth, and it's always going to do what it did from day 5 to day today. So just because a human no, humans don't evolve. No, that doesn't make any sense. What happens is we do different stuff with material of the Earth, and we see what it can do. And I don't believe we're splitting any atoms that are magical, that don't exist. And I don't believe any of that stuff. I believe you can use a hydrogen bomb, you can use gunpowder, you can use sound, you can use frequency, you can use a lot of things to explode or blow something up or move it, right?
Yeah, I'm with Emma on this one.
I can side with some of it because I understand where you're coming from, right? And their whole paradigm of how the nuclear bomb works could be way off, right? This whole idea that they're splitting atoms. But whatever they're doing when they put these ingredients together, that recipe apparently works, regardless of their philosophy of how it works.
No, it doesn't.
The shit works.
No, it doesn't. The idea works in your mind. You have never went to a nuclear lab and made a nuclear bomb go off to where you've been protected and seen what it can do. Don't lie, please. So you have the idea of what their ideas were could be an idea or might be feasible, but that's all you have, buddy. Nobody's stood on an island and been bombed before by a nuke. Never happened. They wouldn't exist.
No, it doesn't have to be like a so-called nuclear bomb, as in whatever philosophy that's wrapped up with the term nuclear, right? That's a loaded word, right? It has connotations. But forget about the connotations. Forget about the philosophy of how nuclear science works. These thermal reactions
You're breaking up, brother. You broke up 20 seconds ago.
Yeah, this definitely falls into one of those categories where I'm like, this could be my ignorance, Jace. Yes, I hold my hands up, but also I've got a right to question it. Yeah, sorry, Lion, you broke up. Do you want to finish what you were saying?
No. It's all right. I was making the case that I understand that recipe behind nuclear energy is probably most likely all bullshit. But whatever ingredients that they're putting together, I mean, at least some sort of nuclear fusion is occurring to supply cities with electricity. There's something going on, even if the byproduct of the nuclear reactions are harmless, because apparently you can swim in a pool of it, right? But there's still something going on there. And I think that maybe they have tapped into some explosive potential. You can't disregard that altogether just because their philosophy is flawed.
Yeah, I mean, it lines like I said before about that guy. Because I told you when I first started, I was talking with Demok, and I was seeing him, going off in these panels. I was like, Demok, what? And I thought of that guy, Democritus. And that's not why he was called Demok, by the way. We found that out later. But it did make me look into that guy, and he's like one of the fathers of atomism and this whole idea of these quantized chunks. And I was like, and it's quite close. It's not that far away from. Obviously now it's a little more. They've gone into it with more detail and the story's a lot better. But yeah, I don't know. I question all that. I think this sounds a bit dodgy to me, and I don't know. Nuclear fission, is it called? I don't know. I remember looking into that when I was about 20, in my early 20s, and I was totally sold by it. I was like, oh yeah, they did this, look, and then all this energy came out, and yeah, oh, this makes perfect sense. And now I'm like, I'm just questioning everything, which I think is a very healthy place to be. Jace is obviously rolling his eyes because he's a fucking spiff. He's another one of these conveyor belt people to come and tell us about the mainstream. Yeah, come in, browbeat us into submission. I don't give a shit. I'm going to question it because that's the healthy place to be, Jace.
I'm still questioning the toxicity, right, of it, like the nuclear rods and the nuclear waste and the depleted uranium. How toxic are these things really? Because I'm hearing controversial reports. But the idea that this isn't producing some sort of energy, I mean, that's a little crazy, dude.
Yeah, it's boiling water. They're boiling water with hot rocks. It's really, really advanced. You should check it out. Go get a pan, put it on your stove, put some rocks in there, put some hot rocks somewhere, put some water on top. Man, you'd be amazed. Listen, it's boiling water, dude. Yeah, it's going to put off a lot of energy because that's what water is. It's pure fucking energy with no shape. It's formless energy in the form of liquid, just like air, right? Energy can't be created or destroyed. Remember that if you believe that. You understand?
I don't even believe that.
Okay, so well, the water isn't being destroyed. It's always being converted to some other thing. You convert it to helium, heat, hydrogen, nitrogen, oxygen, whatever you want. You can convert air to whatever you want too electrically. Isn't that cool?
But I was going to say that it is possible to destroy energy. I don't even believe that to be true. People say that. That's
Right,
I know
right. I don't really.
it's a law of physics. It's a law of physics, but I don't believe that to be true.
Well, they're describing mass, right? Their idea of mass is just energy with no shape. And that's basically what a medium is that you live in. It's a medium of energy with no shape. It's the air. It's the water. You understand? Water doesn't have a shape to itself unless you contain it. Then it holds the shape of the containment, not a shape of itself. Right?
Right.
So it's energy. So it's all energy. It breaks down to energy. So if this thing is so big and I can take a grain of sand and go break it in half, and that grain of sand is going to kill the whole world, it just doesn't make any sense. Things have been chiseled and broke apart since the dawn of time. I don't think breaking a rock in half or breaking an atom would make any fucking sense to say it's going to blow anybody up at all. And it's definitely not going to make it come back together like a big bang that exploded, like a big atom exploded in the universe somewhere, right? And then came back to itself and made stuff live. No.
So yeah, the law of conservation of energy, similar to the other law that we talked about the other day, conservation of momentum. But the idea is that energy cannot be created or destroyed. It can only be transferred from one state to another. And then it goes into thermodynamics and all this other stuff. But I don't believe that to be the case. Simply being because in the scriptures it talks about a time where things will cease to exist or will be completely destroyed, like annihilated, like consciousnesses will be annihilated. The idea that your conscious will one time be annihilated, that implies that there is an ability for the creator to destroy something completely with no
It could
trace of it.
imply death. It could imply total darkness at death, everything annihilated back to nothing. Like a blind, deaf, dumb.
Annihilated back to nothing.
Yeah. When you die.
Yeah.
Everything that you perceive now is not that what it is. It would be something different into that nothing or the void. I mean, who knows? You know what I mean? Who knows how to interpret another man's thing? That's why I don't really like to. I just rather say, man, what do I see going on, and how can I stay alive the best way and live and try to do what I can do to stay alive until I die? You know what I mean? I think that's what everybody should be doing.
So to be technical, right? When you die, I believe that the energy is transferred into another state, and you're still conscious. You're just in a spiritual state. But there will come a time where eventually you will be annihilated. Even the elements will be destroyed. It says that the Creator will melt the elements, and the heaven and earth will be renewed.
Because
Everything will cease to exist.
Because when you die, everything ceases to you. And the next guy, and the next guy, and the next guy. So it's saying everybody who reads this, eventually you're going to die and be not here. You're not going to be what this is. It's not going to be. So it's going to be gone or annihilated for you, for everyone who experienced this thing, death. I think that's what it's saying.
Not everybody. Yeah, but not every single person gets annihilated. That's the beauty of it all. That there are the set apart ones that for whatever reason, right? We can get into the Bible.
Alive?
We don't have to. But no, the set apart ones get to enjoy a renewed body and a renewed existence, and they will not be annihilated. Their energy will be transferred.
So hold on. So if it says everything's annihilated, now you're saying it these select few won't be. It's going against itself. See, these things always go against themselves. You know that, right? Like when I say there's an exception to the rule.
No.
Yeah. There's always an exception to the rule. Just keep that in mind when you keep reading.
It's just different groups, bro. That's all it is. But the majority of creation will cease to exist. You know, obviously, there's still going to be Eden, or not Eden, but the temple. You know what I'm saying? That's not going to be destroyed.
There's always an exception to that rule by the next religion who doesn't believe that at all. There's always the exception to your rule. There's an exception to the always exception. Isn't that weird?
It's all good. I just wanted to talk about that law, though, how I don't believe it to be the case. I think that the creator does have the power to annihilate energy completely with no trace, no residue, and it will not be transferred to another state. It will be completely annihilated, deleted, gone.
What if I said creation only has the power to create and keep creating, and it don't have to destroy because destroying is a thing that happens on its own? Don't be afraid.
What do you mean? Fear is the fear of
Don't
Yah
be
is the beginning
afraid.
of wisdom.
Yeah, don't be afraid of stupidity or wisdom. You know, because things are here, and what I see, it's not what I mean, it's what I just see and what I live. Everything's being here. I got to cut the weeds every other day. I got to stop this from doing it. I got to stop it from growing. Really, it's going to grow. So whatever this is going to keep on doing what it do, right? It's up to you to say or make up or imagine whatever you want, and then it's still going to keep doing what it do. I'm just saying, I see endless jungles. I see life. I see life everywhere. Everywhere you can think of. Oh no, that water's 1,000 degrees. Nothing can live there. Oh my God, there's a crab. I see life, man. Life everywhere, all kind, everywhere. I don't see things not being a lot. That would be death, right? Like, no, things are just going to keep being, and then the things are going to live out the fruition of what they be.
You know, there was a recent physicist who believes that the universe bangs. I forget his name, but he believed that the universe expands and contracts, expands and contracts. Now, I'm not saying I believe in this, but the idea that the universe has a cycle itself where it basically bangs in and out of existence, and there's like a 7,000 year cycle. We're getting ready for another bang, but I don't know. That's just people speculating.
Yeah, I don't believe any of that. I don't believe physicists are really doing physics at all. I think they're full of shit. I think if a physicist was doing physics, he'd be in a lab and you could go do everything he did. You wouldn't just be talking stories about what a physicist said a story of.
Well, I don't believe that the physicist believes it's 8,000 years. That's a biblical idea. I don't know who came up with it, but the idea that there's like a 7 or 8,000 year cycle that
Have
there
you
was
ever heard
something.
a physicist tell you that the air thinks? That the air is intelligence and holds memory, and so is the water, and so is the dirt, and so is the grass, and so is the tree. They are actually intelligent.
No,
You didn't know that? Well, how else would they? How else would they know to do what they have to do? How else would a grape seed know to be a grape seed without information of grape seed within? How else
oh,
would you know to look like your dad without the seed of your dad within your ass?
I get what you're saying now. No, I thought you meant like conscious intelligence, like that
Yeah, I
sort of
do.
intelligence.
No. Hold on. You listen. Don't get caught up with dictionary-made words for goofy-ass men in books, please. Just get caught up with what really happens. Explain it to yourself. Don't say, Democ, that word you used. Oh my God, no, because my mind might think of that word a whole fucking different way than you do. So, I mean, you know what I mean? This is what we have with interpretation, correct?
Yeah, so no, basically, because modern academia or the modern physics don't support the idea that the Earth is conscious or that plants are conscious. So
It
no, they
is.
don't say that. They don't say that. But I
Right.
I would I would subscribe that yes, there is a level of consciousness to all things, plants,
That's
fungus,
God. That's the most known
bacteria,
unknown. Yeah. It's going to keep on growing. It's trying to
insects.
fight to live. And in the process of fighting to live, sometimes we die. You know what I mean? That's the process. To do that very thing. To be, to be. To be or not to fucking be. I don't know. I don't know what that means, but I'm saying it is such a thing. Like the grass has no choice of what it's made. It grows. It does its thing. It's gonna keep it's gonna keep doing it. A blade of grass doesn't have to read a book. It doesn't have to say I'm with this religion. It doesn't have to say I believe in this creation or creator. It doesn't have to argue with you or me. It just has to do what it has to fucking do. That's it.
But going back to what you were saying though, that information that's encoded in all living things, right? Whether you can call it DNA, right? Or some sort of consciousness of, that people say like there's an ocean of consciousness where all things tap into, right? And that's where wisdom comes from but if you study creationism and you study the irreducible complexity, the idea that all things were created from day one, right? There was no such thing as prototypes, an evolution of time where these things, from a primordial soup, like a single-celled amoeba, that they evolved to be a full-grown tree or even an animal, right? But instead, that all things were created inherently perfect from day one, right? That the information was there, the instructions were there, the programmer, the software was perfectly encoded since day one at their genesis. And that contrary to popular belief, instead what we have, instead of an evolution, what we have is a de-evolution and a degradation of the DNA information. So what you have instead is a more corrupted genetic pool that we have today than we did in the beginning, where Adam and Eve or Neanderthals ruled the world. In those days, the genetic pool, right, the genetic information that most people had less corruptions, right, less mutations, so that our
What's
ancestors were
corruption
actually
mean?
better.
What's corruptions?
What do you mean?
I'm at like,
Mutation.
what's corruption? You said they had less
Well,
corruption.
genetic mutation would be a better more proper term, because corruption is. But basically, you understand that the information that's in our DNA is like computer language, dude. Right? It's like a code
Well,
that gives
information.
instructions to amino acids.
That's why I'm telling you that everything is intelligent, because information is intelligence, right? So everything is a processor of intelligence, whether it be a rock, a grass, you, me, or everything. No matter what its form of intelligence is or what it processes for its intelligence, meaning the electrical continuity or property or whatever the fuck it does for it, it's different than ours in a certain way. But I don't believe in the evolution shit. I don't believe in the physics shit. I don't believe in the DNA the way they tell you, right? But I do believe plants have the ability to like evolve, if that makes sense. Like a plant can become different plants, or another plant can be planted in a plant and do all kinds of weird shit with a plant, like to survive. Plants can do some cool ass shit, but I don't see humans being able to mimic that effect to that extent. So I'd say a plant has the ability to whatever evolve is in a certain aspect. Not 100%, don't get me fucking wrong. But like, you know what I mean? It has the ability to do some weird shit. Plants are weird.
Yeah. Nah,
But humans, no.
I was just say I agree with you that there is a little bit of both going on. I do believe in irreducible complexity and the idea that all things were created perfect from day one. But I also believe that there's also room for adaptation or microevolution, where you can adapt, right? Animals can split off into different families. There's scriptural precedence for that actually too. But I don't want to go there.
Adaptation, yeah, 100% adaptation. Your skin can change. You can eat certain shit, and so like you can get a skin rash. Your skin can turn to bark. Yeah, you can adapt to different things, but you're not going to become not a human. You know what I mean? Like a
Yeah,
dog can probably adapt to certain things and be a blue dog, a brown dog, a red dog, a fluffy dog, a dog with wings, a dog with bigger balls, but it's not going to not be a dog.
I was
exactly.
just going to say, I'm not. What am I trying to say now? Like this idea that we could I don't know. I guess Adam and Eve, and then the whatever it is. What how would you put that? The children. I don't believe in any of that, by the way. I'm just saying. I don't. Yeah, isn't there like don't they show that if you have like incest or something like that, that there's issues with kids, or does that not count for them?
That's true. But so the odds aren't as high as they tell you. Like if you do procreate with your cousin, it doesn't mean that your children are going to be retarded. There is a slight increase in probability that your children can come out with problems, but it's not as high as they might make it. Why? How do we know? Because people do that all the time. Like there's all kinds of people having sex with their cousins and having children with their cousins, and the kids come out fine. But it does. There is a higher chance, but it's because of the genetic rate of mutations have been going up, right? So there's a compounding effect, just like when you have dog kennels and they use the same family of dogs and they don't introduce new dogs like retarded dog kennels, and then the dogs come out messed up because they keep using the same genetic pool. So what we have in the world today is a population that's been mingling and mingling and mingling since day one of creation. When each individual, when both Adam and Eve were pure in their DNA, that DNA that goes all the way back to that one couple has been saturated, right? We basically used it up. And there's you can see this scientifically. They've proven that every generation from here on out, it's just going to continue to degrade, dude. We get smaller and smaller. There's more cancers. There's more leukemias. There's more autism, and it's just it's a byproduct of living in a fallen world, and where the compounding increases, the mutations increase.
That's kind of interesting because I remember looking into something about sort of birth control, and because my then girlfriend, this is a long time ago, she was on birth control, and I was looking into it, and by the way, it just seems like a nightmare for your body. If anybody's listening and you're taking that shit, I don't even know where to start with how bad it. Even the stuff that's like the first page of the side effects are terrible. Just stuff like you're more likely to put on weight, and the stuff that's quite harmless. Even that stuff seems quite bad. The stuff that's really bad, I don't even want to mention. But what's interesting is that they were. So, say if you were going to say, like, okay, I'd use me as an example. I've got a sort of stigmatism in my eye, and the idea is that we give off sort of pheromones where it would write the thing in the genetics. It would write the whatever the issue is, and apparently women can like smell this thing. It's like unbeknownst to them, and they smell this. It's like a pheromonal thing, I guess. But the pill actually blocks that, and I thought that was super interesting. I'm not explaining it very well. I'm sorry, but
yeah, between pills, the pharmaceutical industry, microwaves, 5G, all these things are now increasing the mutations that are going on in our bodies, dude. So now it's going to be accelerated to a point where I think that we might see in just 1 or 2 generations the effects on our children and their children. The infertility is going to go up, but this is by design, right? And we are in the last days. There's no doubt about it.
I thought it was kind of interesting that you could be in a situation where you stop taking this thing, and then all of a sudden you find you're not attracted to this person anymore. You don't really know why. But it's amazing to think that you could have some issue genetically, and then whatever it is, like I said, stigmatism for me. You could, but you choose your partner because you don't think of it like that, do you? You just think like, oh, what kind of music do you like? What kind? It just shows you that our bodies just communicate on a level that I can't even imagine. So yeah, that's kind of cool.
But just to bring some good news though, there also is signs that you can actually reverse generational curses, and you can reverse the degradation in your DNA that you inherited, right? Because there's epigenetics is a science that's fascinating, and they're just uncovering all this stuff that is biblically true, like the idea of generational curses and just like certain things running in your family, alcoholism, rage, narcissism, these things that for whatever reason might skip a generation, but like you'll see it, like it'll be like a pattern amongst the children, or the descendants. But anyways, not to get off, I'm digressing. But what I'm saying is like you can actually reverse this stuff by singing, praising the Creator. It creates a sort of resonant frequency that is known to be healing and actually can restructure the DNA. Singing, dude. And I'm like, yeah, okay. Like I love singing, dude. And not only that, but there's like certain musics that you can play, and just being like a good guy, and like just it actually shows like it's a reversal, genetic reversal. And there's scriptural precedents for what I'm saying, that it can manifest in your face, the righteousness or your wickedness, and it can manifest in your soul, like and you can see it in your face as you age.
That goes
Go
without
ahead.
saying, dude. That's such a good point as well, because this is kind of stuff where Jace will just be like, "What? This is why I often say, and you're all welcome to use it. By the way, how is that not going to transmute to your child as well? If you've got this terrible negativity, you think that's not going to be part of that child, the birth in the mother? No, of course it is. It's going to affect everything. So, but yeah, I often, this was my little thing I used to do for discerning truth. It's like a two-step thing. It was number one. This is why I mentioned it, like. Number one was, do they have a nice face? Do they have a nice face? Now this sounds terribly simple. Like what? Do they have a nice face? What does that even mean? Exactly what you were just saying, Lion. Exactly what you were just saying. Number two, by the way, was, do they have a dog in the race? Meaning, uh, who benefits type of thing. Are they selling a book? Are they trying to sell this? Are they trying to sell that? But that number one, that's really subtle. Sounds very simple, but it's not. There's all kinds of little nuances to that. Do they have a nice face? Because you can literally see it on the face, can't you? You can see the. That's why when I looked into vitamins and that, I looked at Andrew Saul, Saul. He's like the mega vitamin man, and he had a nice face, and a good example of somebody who was like. He wasn't selling. He didn't have any books for sale. He had a soul. Here we go. But that is a very subtle thing. That does. It sounds very simple, just to say, does he have a nice face? But it goes way more beyond that. It goes more into what Lion were just talking about.
He's a very nice looking serial killer.
I would say there's definitely like exceptions to the case. Like I wouldn't call Beyonce, for example, Beyonce's beautiful. She's gorgeous, but she seems to be very occultic. So
What's beauty?
Yeah, this is beyond that. This goes beyond symmetrical. Somebody looking nice, a nice looking thing. No, goes way beyond that. This is like this goes way beyond that, and it's really hard to talk about actually.
hey,
But
who's the
yeah,
oldest brother in Britain of the sons? Who's the one that looks like he's half dead? He walks around like a zombie. He must be pushing like 100, dude.
for what? In what? In what thing? I don't know. In what? In what area? I don't know. What does he do?
Dude, I'm not familiar with Britain's politics, but I've seen images of some of the royalty that's still walking around pushing. They must be pushing like 100, dude.
Oh, right,
And
yeah, Prince Charles.
they
And that,
literally Prince Charles. He looks like a zombie. And then even the Queen, dude, she had like this evil face. She had this weird grin. You can't tell me not.
I mean, yeah, they could have. There's all kinds of stories that they were drinking child's blood and that adrenochrome and all that stuff. And I don't necessarily. I hear it all, but I'm like, maybe not. I don't know. I can't confirm or deny such a thing. But yeah, it seems there's a lot of people. I mean, that's becoming mainstream now, isn't it? With the baby's blood type of thing. You know, rich people. I keep seeing that all around. That's kind of interesting. But I don't know. I mean, to me, as I said this before, I'm watching this nutritionalist, this lady, and you could see she was like 65 or something. She was thin as a rake, and she was talking about how like vegetables help push the meat around the intestines, you know. And you know, she was doing a shtick, writing on a whiteboard or whatever, and she was hot. She was genuinely hot, but it wasn't just what she looked like. She just had a good vibe about her. She had like a good spirit. I don't know how else to put it. Like, and it just made her very attractive. You know, I was like, oh man, she's so yeah. These people who are just sticking bits on and chopping bits out, and I don't know, they look like catfish. Yeah, I'd say work on that deeper thing, whatever it is. This goodness that the Lions trying to point to, and a few of us are trying to point to. If you work on that, that works on several levels. If I can appeal to your vain side, which is a bit silly, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, there's other ways to repair DNA too, using supplements. Like vitamin D is known to help restore and protect DNA from being fragmented. Omega-3 fatty acids, they form the lipid membrane around the cells. If you have good omega-3 fatty acids in your diet, that also helps protect from DNA fragmentation. You have melatonin that I found remarkable. Also shows that it can help repair DNA, which a lot of times people who use fluoride toothpaste, their pineal glands are a little calcified, so you need your pineal gland to produce melatonin in your system. And melatonin it's a hormone. It's used by the body, like a neurotransmitter. It has the same basically chemical. What do they call them? The chemical atomically. I forget what they're called, dude. I'm just. So you have melatonin, dimethyltryptamine, and serotonin are all like analogs of each other. Not analog isn't the correct term. It's been a long time since I remember reading this, but so they're very similar in their chemical compounds. They differ slightly. Melatonin is also photosensitive or light sensitive. So if it comes in contact with light, it can actually turn into serotonin, which is interesting. But the only difference between melatonin, serotonin, and DMT is like, oh man, I'm coming in and out.
That's what she said.
But yeah, melatonin, serotonin, and DMT are very similar. They're in the same family of compounds, and they're all basically they're endogenous. Endogenous is the word to your body, so they're created inside the body. And melatonin is remarkable, but you got to take it a little bit. It's like two IU a night, if that, because they accumulates. You don't need that much. A couple times a week, two IU a day, a couple times a week. So maybe 4 IU a week. That's all you need. And then people are talking about methylene blue. Lately, methylene blue is remarkable in repairing DNA and restoring DNA. Shilajit, fulvic acid. So all these things combined can help restore your DNA and repair your DNA. So there's still some hope, but the knowledge is few and far in between. Most people aren't aware of everything that I just mentioned. Maybe here in this server, but even this server is an anomaly, you know?
I've heard that Silogite you mentioned many times for what is it? What's the male? Come on, help me out.
Fulvic acid, shilajit,
Fulvic.
testosterone.
Yeah, testosterone. Thank you. I've heard that mentioned many times for testosterone, and the fulvic acid. I've heard Clive de Carl talks about that quite a lot. That's super interesting. I've actually got some of that downstairs, and I don't take it often because I used to take it with distilled water. Sorry, everybody, my brain's not working very well today. It's okay. But I used to take it with distilled water, and so I'd buy it separate in a big like a gallon drum thing, and it was quite expensive, so I stopped buying it. But yeah, I drank distilled water for a few months. It was fine. There was nothing wrong with it. But anyway, I thought I'd just before I go, I thought I'd read this for Jace, seeing as he's here, from Stefan Lanke. You'll like this. The only so-called proof the virologists have that the particles they call viruses are a cause of illness is the cell death they observe in a petri dish, that I have now shown to be caused by the procedure itself. They've never actually seen a so-called virus hijack a cell and replicate it inside it, or even been able to isolate one, then introduce it into an animal or a person and cause the illness they claim it does. Stefan Lanka,
Yeah, but all
virologist.
that's wrong, dude.
I love that.
Hey,
Right?
looks from
Like
Germany, right?
there's plenty of
I'd post it if
images,
I'd
but
post it in the chat if it wasn't
it's
going to
yeah,
be at
German
risk
do
for
it.
Geo's
you read
server.
it.
Actually,
You read it too. But yeah, we can
well,
isolate
saying a thing on Discord is
these
not like
and whatnot.
posting a thing.
There's plenty of papers with isolated these and whatnot. There's plenty of places you can go and do things like that. And it's not the process that causes cell death. That's silly. What about all the times where you replicate cell lines and they don't die? Like what he's saying there just doesn't even make sense.
Well, let me tell you what makes sense to me is that these things that are there to help us, they call that's Andrew Kaufman called exosomes. This is what they've literally demonized the very thing that help us to excrete dead and dying cells. That makes sense to me, Jade.
Yeah, but the problem, exosomes are a real thing, right? But the problem with that whole idea is that exosomes have your cell DNA, right? Whereas the things that we say are these or bacteria or parasites do not have the DNA is distinctly different, right? Because it's a different organism, whereas an exosome has your own cell body DNA.
You know what? I could be well wrong about this, but I'm just going to choose to believe that someone's sputum flying through the air is not a risk to me. Okay, in any way. Thanks.
Hmm. Yo, how we doing? We got an event coming up here soon. Where's everyone at, Outlaw?
Sure, man. Just came in. My internet went out haywire today. Everybody was talking when I left a few hours ago.
Yo, let's go.
Do it.
Yo, you heard that shit with that dude yesterday with the fucking gyroscope squatting dog?
I was talking about gyroscope.
What's up?
What?
No, I was asking if you guys heard the gyroscope thing we did yesterday with squatting dog.
A little bit, not the whole thing though.
The ending was an important part.
What ended up happening?
Chief squatting dog realized we were in the same boat because all we had was the effect. He basically didn't have anything more than we had, than I had, or you had, or Mo had, or anything. Because we only have the effect.
So we're not flying upside down.
I mean, I don't know. The gyroscope's definitely not going to tell you that, but
Right. I'm driving to school right. Has it been pretty quiet?
I was busy earlier.
Do you ever go over
And
the 24/7?
a little bit. I ain't been there in a
Oh,
minute.
they're wild.
Yeah. There's some wild ass shit going on, but I mean, we're pretty good here, so I don't really need to go anywhere. There's nowhere to find me.
Yep.
This is the main spot. I mean, I don't know where everyone is right now, but we put up, we're putting up great numbers between the VC and YouTube. So
I'm glad to hear it, man.
on a daily basis, yeah. I just want people to interact with. Like, I love the conversations and shit. Like,
Yeah, the other places I can't really talk about God. They'll kick us out. At least here
we're
you can
about to
get
have a. What's up?
so at least here you can have a conversation about it, until someone brings up another debate topic.
We're about to have a whole fucking Bible fest up in here.
When?
North is doing a presentation in maybe an hour.
Dang, I'll be in class.
I think they said 8 Eastern. About an hour and a half.
8, so 7 o'clock. Well, if it goes on, I'll be able to get on at 9 Eastern.
No doubt. It's all recorded on YouTube anyways.
Yeah. I sent you a friend request. I don't know if you accepted it or not.
I don't even know. I got like so many pending friend requests and shit. I don't even realize.
I see how it is, dude. You're too cool. Too cool.
I don't even get it. I don't know. I just never. I don't like. That's not like a thing I'm into. What does it do?
What?
What is that being a friend? What if I accept it? Like then what?
Nah, we can just message each other.
We can't message each other now.
I think we can. I forgot how it works. I don't know if you have to like.
As long as you share a server. If you don't share a server, then you won't be able to message each other.
That's right. Yeah, something like that.
No, we're good. I just messaged you.
It's just easier to like find the message because I don't think we've messaged each other yet or whatever. I don't know. Fuck it. Accept it. Don't. I don't care. It's not a big deal.
No, I just messaged you.
Oh yeah, I got it. I'm driving, so I can only talk. But
No, you heard the end of that yesterday with Chief Squat and Dog Elbow?
Yeah, I got bits and pieces of it. I was kind of working, so I didn't have.
Well, here's how
I
it
didn't
played
get all
out
of
in the
it.
end. In the end, me and him were in the same boat. Nobody had a cause. All we had was the effect. And that was the end of it. So all that, I don't know what his whole point was since there wasn't really anything. I mean, I don't know. These guys think they got something, bro. It's weird. It's not weird because, I don't know, they think they got like this high ground or they're on the high ground or something when they're really on level ground with us. Like, you ain't got nothing. We got nothing. What's your cause? Did you test for it, or do you just have an idea of what the cause is? Because just an idea of what the cause is, you basically, if you have a test where you manipulate an independent variable, now you fucking got something. Now we're talking. Now we're cooking. If you just got an idea of what it is, that's nothing. This shit is bananas. Bananas. For real, bro. There's almost nothing to talk about with these guys. I don't know. Is the audience paying attention? I know my guys are not paying attention because every time Fight the Flat Earth brings up Toyard, no one knows how to handle it. Amongst so many other things that we've been through so many times. I mean, I don't know. For a while, I'm like, why am I even doing this? Though I'm like, well, the audience is hearing, and my peoples will hear it, are hearing it, and they'll pick up and be able to shut this shit down a little bit easier. I don't know.
people get caught up in their wizardry.
What's up?
You guys know what the Oh, sorry. You go.
No, I was just saying the mathemagics. It's the math that dresses up the magic in mathematics. The wizard and tells a tale. He slides the supposed truth under many layers of blankets of different calculations and formulas. 7/6 squared. Blah 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 blah. And we have the mathemagics. That's all.
I was just going to ask. I was just going to ask you guys a question. If you've ever heard of the emerald tablets?
Didn't we talk about this earlier?
I was just
really?
about to say the same thing. Yeah, dude, you asked about the emerald tablets earlier today.
Because I watched a video that was
It's about a year old already. It's about this world being a fractal, a fractal universe, fractal and holographic. And this dude that was presenting it, he brought up the Emerald Tablets, which he claims he wrote a book about it, and it's apparently 36,000 years old text. And someone else told me last night that it was a hoax, this Emerald Tablets thing. I just wanted to get to the bottom of it.
Yeah, I was the one who told you that.
Oh, okay. How is it a hoax? Can you explain? I don't know. I haven't looked into it.
So this guy in the 1950s, I forgot what his name is. I can probably look it up later. But this guy in the 50s wrote a book regarding the Emerald Tablets, and it was Trust My Source, Bro. And it led to nothing. That's why no one ever talks about it. No one brings it up because this dude was a verified con man, basically. But I can get more details
back then. It was open season before the internet, and you had a library. Yeah, like this is the whole new age shit. Like it was open. People just being able to make shit up like a Zach Rice. You know what I'm saying? So there's also the lady with the crystal skull and shit. Like the whole new age movement was wide open.
Yeah, I mean, there's just a ton of hoaxes in the realm of the Emerald Tablets, and it's all make believe.
Yeah, I got another one for you guys that kind of goes along with the Emerald Tablets. Have any of you ever heard of a book called the Urantia book?
Say it again. Say it again.
Urantia?
Oh,
what is it?
Are you saying gematria?
No, it's Urantia. Like it with like a E, I think, if I remember how to spell it. I'll look up a link to like okay, so I used to know this dude from the Virgin Islands, right? When I lived in California in Riverside. And he was telling me about it. And he's like, it's like this, like, I don't know. He was saying it was like the secret book or whatever. And then when I looked into it, okay, so the book is weird. My personal view of it, I was like, dude, this seems like it was written by something not like, I don't know, like beyond like just a normal person, right? Like somebody that was like possessed, right? And then come to find out, the guy that wrote it like went into a trance or something like that. And when he came out of it, he had written this freaking book. All right. And it's crazy though, the way that they try to twist like scripture and the Bible. Like it's like, because this dude was telling me that he was a Bible believer, right? But he was like, you need to read this book because it like expands on the Bible. And I'm like, dude, that sounds like the Mormons with like the Book of Mormon and the Doctrine and Covenants and shit, like.
Yeah.
But I checked it out, right? I mean, I don't know. I'll at least like look at it usually, right? Just to see. Dude, like, okay, so for instance, like the story where they're on the boat with Christ, okay? That is like totally like twisted and stuff. I forget a lot of the details of it. I'd have to go back and actually read the book. This was like 12 years ago when I read this thing, but when I found out about the whole Emerald Tablets and everything, and I was looking at that, I was like, dude, this totally reminds me of that freaking Urantia book, It's a lot of false, weird text out there that, like, when you look up, like, how this dude wrote the book, like, it was he was possessed when he wrote this. Like, it's like, that's the story, is that he was possessed. And I'm like, dude, I told my friend, I was like, bro, how in the hell are you, like, even going to accept this? by somebody that wrote it while they were possessed. Like this, how does that work? But yeah,
Did the guy from the Virgin Islands, was he a Christian, or what was he?
well, he would say that he was a Christian, and like honestly, the way I saw a dude like live his life, he had Christian values and all, but at the same time, he also had that some of the island kind of stuff, you know, with like the weird like island magic kind of shit, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, these
Yeah.
books, like, they're very easily debunked. Like a weird one that I could believe is not the contents itself being true, but just the background of it would be like the Epic of Gilgamesh. Like, I wouldn't follow the book. I wouldn't take anything from the book that is good, but there seems to be evidence that this Nephilim named Gilgamesh, who survived the flood, like he basically makes a tale about himself and the other Nephilim as like the good guys and the conquerors, and it's really, really strange, and it's a really weird book. But there seems to be evidence that it could have been written by a Nephilim. But beyond that, like the contents of the book itself aren't anything to like, it's not something that should be taken as scripture or anything of that sense.
Yeah, no, that's honestly that's kind of what I've always liked about scripture, though, dude. Is it's like probably the most like contested and scrutinized book in like all of history, right? And it
Yes.
all stands up. You know what I mean? Like, dude,
Like there's no contradiction that you could find me in the scriptures, and that in and of itself speaks volumes when you actually think about the amount of authors and the time in between each author and having no theological contradictions. Like that is a thing that God can only do. And so I use other scripts, uh, and I use it against the Bible to prove, So it's like with the Book of Enoch, I was very wary of it until I read it, and it aligned directly with Scripture. So that's all I could say. I was like, I can't find a flaw in this, therefore it has to be the work of Enoch, and the book
yeah.
had to be written by Enoch and by the Holy Spirit. So
Or like the Book of Maccabees, right? And then you find out about the Maccabean revolt or whatever, right? And that's the whole reason why they even have like what was it? Hanukkah now? Like,
yeah. The one I'm not sure about is Jubilees. I have to do more research into it. I know some people who do read the Book of Enoch, Maccabees, things like that, where they question Jubilees, but that's a separate conversation.
yeah, but I'd rather tear that apart than like the Emerald tablets, you know?
Yeah, oh
'Cause-
yeah. Any day, like the Emerald tablets, it's like isn't yeah. It's
okay,
weird.
so am I the only one that thinks of like the Wizard of Oz when I hear the Emerald tablets? Just saying.
Yeah, I think the same.
But dude, there's like so much in scripture. Have you ever checked out the ELS codes in the
Yes.
Torah?
Yeah.
Dude, those are intense, aren't they? Like,
Yes.
okay, so I was telling,
I don't
I was
know
just
how
like,
come the. Oh, sorry, you go.
oh no, I've told a couple of my friends about them because I've known about them for a long time, right? And one of them, when I told her, she was telling me that like that it sounded like gematria. And then the other day, I mentioned it to Blaze, right? And she said that she's not into like gematria or numerology, and I'm like, but it's not gematria. Like,
It's basically like okay, so you could take it far and put it into gematria, but there seems to be, just like how the Torah itself, how it's written, I think it's every, I forgot how many characters it is, spells out the book itself, like, and then the genealogy. I think Moses, makes the Jesus's story. I think I forgot what the actual phrase is, but it basically talks about the son that will come and redeem the world.
okay, no, okay. So the first like 7 names of, or the first 7 or 9 patriarchal names do that.
Yes.
Like Adam, Seth. Yeah. So it's a man appointed mortal sorrow, but the blessed God will come preaching everlasting like salvation or something. Like,
Yeah. Exactly.
yeah,
Sorry,
no, even like,
I'm
dude,
driving,
even
so I'm
Joseph.
like, yeah, things like that where it's like, okay, like this isn't by accident.
Well, and okay,
So is the Bible like a road code? Is it like a a book to guide you on your path, or is it a book of history? Because like if it's history, it's like how come they didn't mention the pyramids?
can I ask you why it has to be or and not and? Like, why does it have to be or and not and?
Yeah, it's both.
Why are we
So
asking me? Were you
Yeah,
asking me?
you know, I was asking
Well,
you because you said like it's either this or that, and I'm asking why does it have to be or? Why can't it be and?
okay. So the main question is like, is there any historical book that mentions the pyramids and why they were there and who built them and what they were for?
so the pyramids are so ancient that no civilization was around when they were built.
For all we know, they could be
Oh, the
pre-flood.
civilization that built them is around.
That's not true. We do not have any
It,
civilization that created these pyramids, and there's no
Uh,
evidence pointing to it.
I mean,
so the pyramids were built, and the people who built them were around when they were built.
No, they were not. There's no evidence to suggest that. The evidence is that these Egyptians, let's just use Egypt right now, even though they are one of the smallest pyramids on the world, but let's use Egypt for example. There's evidence that the pyramid itself dates way further back than any Egyptian that was in that time that you supposedly say. But there's actually evidence that the hieroglyphics that were put onto the pyramids and things around the pyramids were made during the Egyptian time, which basically is graffiti. They basically graffitied in hieroglyphics ancient these ancient structures. That's the evidence that it points to. There's no evidence that the Egyptians created it. Like they inherited it.
But I'm saying, but whoever they inherited it from were also called Egyptians because they lived in Egypt, and whoever
That's
made them
false.
were
That's
made
false.
them.
They were not called Egyptians. They actually point to another, like they themselves call these other people something else. They don't call them Egyptians.
So what if, like, okay, so I've heard a theory about the whole like all the shit in Egypt, right? Is actually like pre-flood, you know, because like the Sphinx, right, with all the nose falling off and shit like that or whatever, looks more like water damage.
Yeah, it could be. But we have to realize anything that was built by the giants and the Nephilim, we don't know what they built. Like there's very strong evidence with the snake mounds all across the world. There's snake mounds all across the world in every country. Um,
I live
that
right
point,
next to one, dude. I'm like 6 hours away from one. I want to go visit it actually.
yeah, like and I think they're replications of Mount Hermon, where the Watchers fell to Earth, and then Jesus himself transfigured on Mount Hermon to basically show his power over these Nephilim, these demons. But these snake mounds, they have a very evil purpose. Dr. Michael Heiser, rest in peace, went into great study into these mounds, and yeah, it's obviously pre Antediluvian, for sure, before the flood. So there's people all over the world before the flood happened, and then we restarted. But no, the Egyptians did not create the pyramids, and
it does seem like there's like actually larger pyramids than the Egyptian pyramids, right?
yeah,
Isn't
in South America, there's pyramids that are 3 times the size of the ones in Giza. Like the ones in Egypt are tiny, like compared to the rest. And if you want to get a kicker, look into the Amazon rainforest and how it's man-made, and how there was millions of people living in the Amazon rainforest, and how they basically terraformed a desert into what it is today.
You know what? I think I heard something about that, and it was about the soil. Like, there's something with the soil that like it can't be recreated anywhere else, too.
Yeah, like they're trying to, because
microbe in it or something like that. Like,
I heard a
That sounds
testimony of a
false to me.
British. I heard a testimony of a British special ops soldier who was hired privately as a guide in the Amazon rainforest, as a guide for a civilian group of archaeologists that went. There's places in the Amazon rainforest that are so inaccessible by man. You can't even get a helicopter to land in there because the foliage is so great. So they literally have to hike into the Amazon. But they know through recent LiDAR scans that they've done of the foliage that there is undiscovered civilizations buried underneath the foliage and the silt, the mud. The mud is these buildings are completely covered in mud, but they know they're there. And
you have to realize the Amazon rainforest, it's like not even 10% discovered. Like 90% of the Amazon rainforest is undiscovered. Like no one knows what's in there.
Apparently, this special ops soldier who's, he's weathered. He's not like some idiot. He said that this was one of the most difficult hikes he's ever been on. Like there was poisonous everything everywhere, and some people would die. Like he had like 2 people get violently sick. One guy ended up dying from like a mosquito bite. Like there was a giant snake that he had to chop up with him. Like, dude, it was insane just to get out there. So, and they did discover some incredible architecture, but that was buried completely in mud. And you can't even get an excavator in there, dude. There's no roads. It's literally unaccessible. You can't get in there, bro. And if we could, there's a whole world waiting for us to be discovered there.
All right, gentlemen, I have to go to class. I'll be back in about, 2 hours.
They don't want to find it, bro. They don't want to find it, dude. Every time they dig up, anytime they dig in shit, they keep blowing holes through the paradigm.
Yeah, but who's it hid from? Who discovered? Undiscovered by who?
Everyone. Undiscovered means we haven't discovered it yet.
How'd it get there if nobody made it to discover it then when they produced it?
Dude, what the fuck, Democ?
What?
Okay, well,
Somebody made it, Jeremy. You're not making sense, buddy. Somebody was there and made the whole thing.
I get it, circular logic. But listen, since the flood, I believe that all this stuff that's being discovered now in the Amazon that's covered in silt and mud, I guarantee most of this stuff was built pre-flood, like antediluvian, including the Great Pyramids, including all the structures that are like, you could tell. Brian Forster does good work on this. You could tell the different type of civilizations, because every civilization since the antediluvian civilizations became worse and worse. The quality of the craftsmanship, the quality of the architecture degraded over time, contrary to what we should see, right? We should see like an improvement in the architecture, but that's not what we see at all.
Wait, was it built by humans before the flood?
I mean, I don't know. I would say
It's
so.
built with cement most of the time by military people, and then after they leave, after about 5 years or a year or two after they make it real quick, then they leave it there, and then people think it's magical because or the dudes that live there forever and still live there right now made it, and it's there's not. I mean, what's so phenomenal about some rock?
So wait, wasn't the Tower of Babel after the flood? So
Yeah.
why would God need to scatter people if they were already scattered to South America and Egypt?
Well, the thing is, before the flood, there was a worldwide civilization evident by all these pyramids that have similar architecture all around the world, right? There was a unified culture with one language, one economy, one world government that was being ruled by what Madame Blavatsky, Albert Pike, and the Masons would call the Divine Council.
It doesn't make any sense.
They believe it was a council of 9 supreme beings that ran the world, and then there was a faculty of hundreds. We know there 200 watchers came down on Mount Hermon, so there was at least 200
200
principalities
guys.
ruling the earth. Watchers.
What is a watcher?
An angelic being that
Well,
took
what is
on
it?
human form.
Well, somebody had to know what it was, so it's a human.
No, are you angelic?
Well, I don't know what one is. I don't know if I'm not angelic or not. You won't tell me. I don't know what an angelic is. I thought you just said they were human form. So are they human or angelic? Am I human or angelic? You tell me.
They were divine beings.
So am I a divine being? I think I
No,
am.
you are a human being.
No?
You are not an angel.
I'm not an angle? Damn. I wish I was an angle.
You're not immortal. I mean, immortal. You're immortal.
Immortal? You met an immortal human before?
No.
You've met an immortal human in the form of a human that was really an angle. That's weird. And if you haven't, where'd you
No.
get the idea that could happen?
Now, listen, it might sound crazy to you, but I'm not saying you have to believe it, but there's many cultures that agree that there was, the Mesopotamian region, everybody agreed that there was a divine council.
No,
It
you're
wasn't
saying
like,
people agreed on stuff. I don't see nobody in no group saying, we agree on this, Democ. Hey, he's right. I haven't seen those people yet. I
Alright.
just see you.
I get you, bro. I get you. You're a high skeptic. It's all cool, bro. I'm not trying to convince you.
I mean, I'm not against you for you. I mean, I'm all for you, finding out what you find out and figure going on your path. I'm 100% for that. Don't take it as being rude. I just am 100% skeptical on any kind of story passed down by somebody other than my grandma, my dad, my mom, or my great grandma. I'm not trusting the guy down the road that will not die for me. I'm just not doing it.
Yeah, I get it. You want you want like the evidence, which is impossible, right? I can't prove it empirically that all this stuff happened.
Right, and I couldn't prove certain stuff empirically to you either. And there's no qualm with that. There's no quarrel there. We're perfectly, that's where we are.
But if you do research the Amazon jungle and the lidar, and then even they have civilizations that were built on like 16,000 feet up or something like that, right? 16,000 feet up, they were growing corn. It was evidence that they were growing corn. In modern times, you can't grow corn above 7,000 feet, and only the most hardiest, what are they called? Anyways, the hardiest maize
Varieties.
can survive. Maize, they call it. The natives call it maize. Only the hardiest maize could survive at 7,000 feet. So
Right,
something
and
was
that's
different about the atmosphere back then, that they were able to grow corn at 16,000 feet.
16,000 feet where compared to what? If I go down in a hold on, please. Hold on. 1 second. So if I go down in a valley that's 18,000 feet below the dirt that I'm standing on and I plant it there, you're telling me it won't grow to where my feet are? I beg to differ. I think it depends on where you're doing what at. So if you go in a Grand Canyon or down in a mine that's 5 miles deep, that's way more than 18,000 feet, buddy. And your corn can grow down there all the way up to here. You see, the
No, he
hardiest
was
of
he was
corn.
saying
Are
an
you
altitude of
talking
8.
about?
He was talking
Where's
about
here?
an altitude of 16,000 feet. That's all.
Yeah.
There are caves and mountains and holes in the dirt that you can put the Grand Canyon in.
Stop, dude. Just
There are
stop.
holes, there are
Come
caves
on.
that Neil Armstrong went in. There are caves that he went down that are thousands, and you can put the Statue of Liberty in them, the Empire State Building. What are you talking about? What are you guys talking
Oh
about?
my god.
So
Just
what?
stop, dude. Please.
That means you can plant corn down there. Only the hardiest corn will make it to the top or up to 16,000 feet from an elevation below 16,000 feet to make it up 16,000 feet. Only the hardiest of tree will get to that tall. Does that not make sense to you? What do you mean
No,
stop?
it doesn't
Jeremy,
make
just be
sense.
quiet,
It
dude.
doesn't
Stop
make
trying to
sense at
funny
all.
mute me, bro. Fuck.
It
Just because
doesn't
I'm
make
bringing a
sense at
new
all. You're
line of
just
intelligence to
rambling
the room,
nonsense.
stop trying to dog it down.
You're just rambling nonsense. It's not intelligence.
No,
You said
you are.
nothing
Because you don't
coherent.
believe nothing and you don't comprehend nothing and you're too goofy.
D-Mock, you're raging to relax.
Talking about altitude, elevations, right? 16,000 feet above
Yeah,
sea level?
elevation. Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
yeah, of course. We were all following it.
Well, all I'm saying is that there's evidence for what a lot of cultures believe, that before the world flood, that the world was very different. And the reason I say that is because that's one of my evidences, is that corn was being raised at elevations of 17,000 feet. They were harvesting and growing corn, which today is impossible with the the atmospheric pressure, the barometric pressure, the CO2 levels. All these things were different before the flood. And you can see, like, as you escalate, as you hike a mountain. Like I've climbed Mount Everett. I mean, not Mount Everett. Mount Greylock, which isn't even a mountain, dude. Honestly, in the grand scheme of things, it's like 7,000 feet up, I think. And it has like hiking trails. Like, you don't have to like use a rope. You know what I mean? So I wouldn't even consider it a mountain. But you could tell the differences, bro, between plants that grow at the bottom of the mountain, at the top of the mountain. As you go up, you started to see different trees, different strains. And then if you keep going up, like let's say Mount Everest, you end up, dude, there's nothing that grows up that high. Like, once you go past 8,000 feet, dude, in elevation, you start seeing things get more dry and dry and dry until there's no foliage. But anyways,
So you're talking about geological, like what type of evidence that the corn was growing that high?
I'd have to refresh my memory, dude. But basically, I don't
Did
remember the
they
name of
find
the
like
lake.
seeds or something?
Yeah, dude, they found the whole towns up that high, 16,000 feet up. Whole towns with
Yeah, but
like
how do they know they were growing
farms.
corn up there though?
Yeah, it would have to be through archaeological research, but I would assume that they found probably evidence of agriculture of some type, and maybe they knew what was being grown. I honestly, I can't tell you how they knew that, but I'd have to review that. But you know those mountains in Peru. What do they call it? The Andes Mountains. There's like these lakes that are really really high up, dude, and they don't understand how these lakes are even up there with like seawater, dude, like salt water, and they have like seashells and all kinds of evidence for that place of the Andes Mountains at one point in history it was sea level, dude. Like they say it was
Isn't
3 million years ago. 3 million years ago,
isn't it
that part of the Andes Mountains was at sea level.
Isn't it the fact that when there are earthquakes, that's how mountains are formed, and they raise up in altitude? So it's quite possible that the whole land raises up and brings the lakes and the seabeds with them, rather than it being a flood.
The only thing is, that these, according to the geologists, some geologists that debate the consensus, they say that the same towns that I'm referencing must have been built at a time where this place was at sea level. So
Yeah, that's
there's
what
like
I'm saying. Why does it have to be a flood, like covering the tallest mountains? Why can't it just be the mountains raising up and bringing the seabed up with them?
no, yeah, that's very possible. But all I'm saying is that there's like different ideas. Like one geologist said that whenever these cities were built or these towns were built, that they must have been built at a time where this area was at sea level, and then
Because apparently, like,
something cataclysmic happened that pushed this whole area up.
well, apparently it's quite logical. The way that they say the Alps were formed is the plates pushed together and these mountains just rose up into the air. I mean, that's absolute evidence, in that form. But like, if it's a flood, you'd have to, explain where did all the water come from. But with earthquakes, you don't have to explain anything because we experience earthquakes every day.
Yeah, and okay. So I've seen different theories or I've seen different models of how these mountains were formed. You obviously you have like tectonic sea spreading, right, where the plates at the boundaries that start separating, and then over millions and millions of years, as the plates press into each other, they create these big ass mountains. But the evidence that we see here is that this all happened drastically. It was a cataclysmic event. It might have happened within a couple weeks. Like they can't tell, either it happened quick or it happened over 3 million years. That's literally the two. There's some in between geologists, but you either got people that believe that it happened over millions of years, or people that say it happened within a couple weeks, like Randall Carlson. But I see during the Great Flood, you could still have a Great World Flood and still have like tectonic plates shifting and mountains moving, because it was so hectic during that time period. It wasn't just like the flood alone. The Earth was going through a cataclysmic event, and the water came from the top of the dome, dude. It says that the gates of heaven were opened and the fountains of the deep broke forth. So that means from both the heavens and inside the earth, water was gushing in. And if you believe that the earth is a bowl, then this bowl was just being filled up with water from both sides.
Yeah, I'm with you on that, like totally. But like in the way of like actual evidence, I mean, you'd have to explain like with evidence where did the water come from. But with earthquakes and mountains rising up out of the out of the ground, I think
There's plenty
that's
of evidence.
yeah. Isn't
Yeah,
that sort of yeah? Where's the evidence? I mean, for
it's
where
all over the place. It's all so like one of the biggest um one of the biggest evidences that we have, I would have to say, is the plate tectonic boundaries, the volcanic vents, the oceanic ridges. When you look at the oceanic ridges, like the seam on a baseball, well, the Earth, not that it is a baseball or a globe, but it has seams on it, right? And if you study these oceanic ridges, this is where the water broke forth. This is where it's clearly evident, because at these ridges is where all this water pressure came through the earth, right? Which you could see that at one point the earth it didn't have all this water. 10% of it, no, it's 10%. Yeah, only 15% of the earth was covered in water before the flood. And these ridges broke open and fractured from the earth. Like you can see the what are they called? Fissures. They're called fissures. So from these ridges, there's fissures all over the place that it looks like these scarring, right? And this scarring is still there from the Great World Flood. These fissures are still there. And there's been earthquakes where people have witnessed landmasses shift 200 feet. 200 feet up or down or side to side. That's how much plate tectonics can move almost instantly. So if there was something drastic, who's to say that the continents couldn't have shifted miles? You know what I'm saying? I mean, anything's really possible depending on how crazy cataclysmic of an event this is.
Yeah, well, we obviously do have two evidences. Water does come from the ground. Like we have springs and we have underground rivers and underground oceans, and we also have precipitation. So we have water. It's evidence that there's clear evidence that water comes from the sky. Yeah. So yeah, you've got it covered both ways. And I've never actually seen a mountain come out of the ground and form into a mountain. I've never seen that, and I don't think anyone's got a video of that. The only time I've seen anything to do with a mountain is when it's crumbling or falling, not rising up out of the ground.
It happens with volcanoes. Mountains rise out of the ground volcanically.
That's different though. That's not like rock strata just like in its place. It's already formed. No one's ever shown any evidence of that. So what they say about these tectonic plates building mountains is, it's just it's a theory.
Yeah, I agree.
What about South America seemingly moving entire time zones? Like in our lifetime.
In our lifetime, it doesn't.
It's not where they taught us where it was in school.
Yeah, it is.
Well, it's not where they taught me it was in school then. I don't know where you went to school at, but...
Wait, where did they tell you South America was?
South of North America.
No, it's never been south. If you go straight south from California, you don't hit any land. I'm in California.
I realize that, yeah.
Yeah, it's not south of North America. Well, it is south of North America, but it's like you have to pass Mexico, then Central America, then you get to South America.
Yeah. So as you go south, it curves eastward. It always has.
You're right. Well, I'm just saying is from the time I was in school to the time of today, South America is not where they told me it was in school. And it's complete. And it is not even in the same time zone as what they told me it was in school.
Wait, what on earth are you talking about? Are you saying you misremembered what they told you in school?
No.
You're saying that in school,
it.
You think it's more likely that you remembered correctly that they got it wrong back then?
Either it's moved, or they had it wrong then, or they have it wrong today.
Or you could be misremembering what you learned when you were a small child.
Oh, is this one of these Mandela effects?
I don't believe in Mandela effect.
What's up, Anthony?
How's it going, brother?
Hello. But yeah, going back to more evidence for the worldwide flood. There's evidence in Alaska and in the Russian tundra, basically all over the Arctic tundra, honestly, because there's animals that look like they were flash frozen in time, standing up. You got mammoths that were found in Russia, in Siberia, that were frozen standing up with their femurs were broken, standing up. So they were upright with broken legs. So whatever happened for them to break their legs, they didn't have enough time to fall down. And not only that, they had vegetation, deciduous vegetation in their mouth that they didn't even get to swallow yet while they froze. That's how fast they froze. And they're covered in ice and snow. And the idea is that from these volcanic vents, from these oceanic trenches, that the waters shot up like Old Faithful, the geyser in Yellowstone, except like orders of magnitude bigger. So you had geysers shooting up, saltwater geysers that was heated to like 250 plus degrees from the oceanic vents that were shot up into the highest layers of the atmosphere. And then when that happens, when you have heated water that hits cold air like that instantly, it becomes ice. And it came down as in certain places in the world, the water came down as water. But in other places, like near the Arctic, because just the nature of the earth, this stuff came down as like snow and ice and completely covered everything in its path. So you have layers of tundra that basically people are digging up. I don't want to say ice age animals, but yeah, ice age animals standing up, upright. That is the best explanation that I've heard yet. The scientists are bewildered. They don't have an explanation. They have no idea how this could have happened. They like Randall Carlson says some shit like, "Oh well, comet hit the Canadian ice shelf and it melted the ice shelf and caused this all to happen, and then the Colorado to be formed, or the Grand Canyon more like it to be formed." He believes that Grand Canyon was formed almost instantly.
Well, bro, there's a lot of geological evidence that I forget where it was in the Badlands. It might have been in the Finger Lakes or something. There's somewhere that Randall Carlson points to, and he says it's basically was a waterfall, but with like thousands of times the magnitude of Niagara Falls or some shit. Like he bodied the geologist that Mike who was the
No
guy,
doubt.
Skeptic Magazine guy, when they had a debate on Joe Rogan. He fucking,
Yep.
he did very well.
Michael
He
Schumer.
held his own. Michael Schumer, yep.
No, I agree.
Skeptic Magazine guy, yeah. The geological evidence is there. I mean, I don't know. It's right in plain sight, too. Definitely looks like there was a massive, 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 massive flood. Tons of water, you know, moving fast.
I mean, didn't they find like these massive sea creatures or whatever in mountains or whatever, fossils or whatnot?
They're finding whales in the desert. They're finding everything all over the place, dude. Things make no sense. You got trees 20-foot long going through 20 layers of geological strata that they try to tell us are millions of years in between. But yet you have like this petrified tree just sticking right through like millions of years of history. So either this tree
There's no
was
way.
what? Yeah. So you get what I'm saying.
Those petrified trees are a dead giveaway. Then they go down like they say, like, dude, you said this layer is a million years older than this layer, but the tree's going through all the layers. So what the fuck?
And not only trees, they'll find an animal that's been fossilized or petrified through like 4-6 layers of geological strata. So it just doesn't make any sense. All this shit doesn't make any sense. But they stick to it like flies to shit. They just stick to this model, dude. And they keep pushing
That's
it
why
and
we're
pushing it
never
and
going to the
patching it and patching
Amazon.
it.
That's why we're never going to go to the Amazon and rediscover all that shit. They're never going to fucking let us start digging around the Sphinx and the Great Pyramids. Egypt basically cut us off completely. They'll never start doing underwater archaeology where most of the shit would have been if the sea levels went up hundreds of meters or whatever they claim. Like, they're not going to do it because every time they start digging, every time someone puts a shovel in the dirt, it starts blowing more holes in their paradigm. It happened at Göbekli Tepe. They don't want to dig. They want to go
It's
find a
interesting how
dinosaur bone or some shit or a shipwreck. Like, who cares?
it's interesting how Göbekli Tepe is the only one that they'll even like evaluate honestly. And I don't know why that is, but I have my ideas. And I think that area that they're uncovering in the ancient world held great importance because it was the area of Mount Olympus, or basically Satan worshippers. Now,
I mean,
listen. I'm just saying. Go on.
I mean, they're just they give this shit a fair shake. Like they go dig some stuff up, they carbon date it. You know what I mean? And they're like, oh yeah, it's from this era. I don't think carbon dating is even accurate because, like you said, the atmosphere and shit could have been different in the past, which it probably was because there was all kinds of giant megalithic, not megalithic.
Yeah,
I forget what you call them. What are those giant megafauna? There was megafauna everywhere, like big megafauna, like the small faced bear or whatever it was called, like woolly mammoths, tons of big shit running around. I'm guessing humans were probably even bigger back in the day. Who knows?
everything was bigger. Mushrooms, fungi, dude. Everything grew bigger.
I saw. They
Butterflies,
say there's a sloth
dragonflies.
that was the size of an elephant or some shit. You ever see that one? The giant sloth.
Yeah, they got a
It
giant.
was a
They're
diesel.
finding giant orangutans, giant chimpanzees, giant penguins, and like the only difference between their ancient and modern counterparts is their size. That's it.
Yeah, they actually had to get rid of some dinosaurs because they fucked up so bad. Like they would find these little things and then big thing, and they're like, "Oh shit, we fucked up. That was a baby one of those." And they had to take a whole bunch of dinosaurs off the list. Like they made up new names and shit for them, but it was just the same one.
I keep
It's
saying that
fucked
I
up.
don't
They're
believe
playing
in
guessing
evolution.
games, bro.
We're de-evolving genetically. Interesting. A lot of Neanderthal skulls have perfect straight teeth, dude. Even after being dead, right? They're finding these skulls and their teeth are immaculate, dude. I can't explain it, but I know I needed braces. My kids need braces, and it's just the way
Well,
Go on.
if the whole evolution thing went down like they said, there would have been things that got knocked out of our that would have been genetically. We wouldn't even have the issue anymore. Like there's a bunch of things like I don't know if it's leukemia or some shit that happens when you're a baby. Like there's some shit where you get sick when you're a baby. It's like, dude, if we were evolving and shit, like that shit wouldn't be there anymore because the people that get that, they don't live to breed. You know what I'm saying? Like they don't live to
Yeah,
breed. So if there's some shit where you die when you're a baby or before you can bear children, like that shouldn't even be a thing anymore because how does that get passed on? You know what I'm saying?
yeah. People inherit corrupted genes, dude, and it's like that when you call. And it's funny because genetics is complicated. So like each cell after the first one, that's after the embryo and the zygote and all that stuff, because every baby starts with a fresh set of cells, but those cells inherit a certain pair of chromosomes, and those chromosomes aren't necessarily perfect. And aging, the way aging works is it's like a copy CD, right? When you keep copying a CD and copying a CD, and you keep copying the copy, eventually you get to the 20th copy and you try to play it, dude, it's gonna sound like ass. It's all you hear is you're gonna hear the noise and the imperfections, because even though you started off with the first copy, the second copy wasn't that bad. The third copy was still, tolerable. By the time you get to like the 10th copy, you can't listen to that music. It's so trash that it's not even worth listening to. Well, our DNA is similar, not in the way that in the aging, it's the same thing because that's what happens with aging. Each cell is working off the original code, but each baby that's born, each generation that's born is a similar degradation that occurs. You never get the full exact chromosome pair since since day one, since Adam, basically. You're only getting like, you know what I'm saying. I digress. And I'm no expert in genetics, obviously, but it doesn't take, you don't need to be a brainiac to understand these concepts. But yeah, genetics is fascinating. It gives, it makes you think about how the hell did this all come to be? How did these genetics just self-assemble? You know what I mean? Like, and like so there's like these little robots that scan your DNA and they go up and down, self-correcting the DNA. It's like autocorrect. Goes up and down, up and down. See if I can find a video. It says mistakes of DNA fragmenting. It says here, repair enzymes recognize structural imperfections between improperly paired nucleotides, cutting out the wrong ones and putting the right ones in their place. Most of these mistakes are fixed through various DNA repair processes. DNA replicates by a semi-conservative method in which each of the two parental DNA strands act as a template for new DNA to be synthesized. After replication, each DNA has one parental old strand and one daughter or new strand. Errors made during replication are typically repaired. They can compare it. So this is incredibly advanced. Intelligent design.
And everybody's so quiet.
It's a good question. Remember I was telling you guys the world is preparing an attack on the American dollar? I just posted a short clip on it.
Yo, what happened? What'd you say, Anthony? You said something?
No, I didn't say anything.
Somebody said something. Who said something? What are we doing? We got a big biblical event happening in half an hour here.
North, huh? Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah, let's see what he's got. See what he's got.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm waiting on. I've heard a portion of it, but I was a little late to it first time I heard it. Pretty enlightening.
Yeah, well, we got a lot of believers, so this should be interesting to a lot of people.
North is a big hit with the Bible people. Yeah, he must really. I mean, it sounds like he knows his shit. So
Yeah, he does.
I mean, he's very specific. Very specific.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever met anybody that knows the scriptures better.
Travis knew him pretty good. Travis knows him pretty good.
Yeah, Travis is good, but Travis triggers everybody because Travis doesn't follow the scriptures. He has his own ideas.
Travis has the book of Travis.
Well, he's a freaking real scholar. He went to college, I believe. He did like a few years in this stuff. He knows his shit.
I met
Yeah.
Travis.
You met him?
Never tell you that.
Yeah.
When he was driving his truck, yeah, he was in my area. We went and he bought me breakfast. I own breakfast if he ever comes back to town.
Right? You see the thing I posted 33 past the hour, Jeremy?
Is it 33 minutes or 31 minutes after the hour? 31. Sorry, I can read.
It's 31 and well, I was referring to 33, but both of them are interesting, yeah. Maybe we do need a little Bible talk after all. You know what I'm saying? Because the way things are going, oh man.
In my honest opinion, in this day and age, if anybody wants answers to whatever's taking place in their life or in the world, all they got to do is open the Bible and read it. The answers are in there. I just can't hardly believe that there are still people to this day that believes that they're false somehow, or that they were written by men and we don't have to listen to that. I just find it a bit odd.
You find it odd that people think that the Bible was written by man? Is that what you're saying?
That's what some people claim. I do make the claim that it was written by divinely inspired men, but most people, a lot of atheists or people that claim atheism, will claim that the scriptures are just a book of fairy tales, a book of stories written by men. That we're not supposed to believe it. I run into that
Okay,
quite
but
often.
you know, like man and divine man, that's still man. And my question would be, who gets to proclaim that they're divine? You know, and who makes that decision?
Well, I I think the proof is in the pudding, so to speak. It's basically the only book that's never been disproven. As a matter of fact, archaeology and science and uh, the study of the world, everything leads up to what the scriptures say about it. Why would we look past facts to follow beliefs?
Check this out, guys. I didn't know that. Did you know that the 7 spikes on the Statue of Liberty represent something? On the head? You learn something new every day.
Well, I just think it's to me. I just think it's dangerous. It's a dangerous mindset to give that kind of power over to some other people and say that they are divine or they have, some kind of, divine right and you don't. Uh, and they have this relationship with the creator and you don't. And the only way you can have that relationship is by reading this book. I just think that that's dangerous, if you ask me. But
I'm with you, bro. I'm 100% with you. There's a lot of books out there.
yeah,
And they
my
use those
argument.
books. Yeah.
Sorry.
No, go on.
Well, my argument always is that books, any book, whatever book, is meant for interpretation, and interpretations are subjective. They're not objective. They're subjective. So to claim that you have some type of facts from a book that you're just interpreting, to me, it's just I don't get it. I was raised Christian, like most of us probably were, like I was raised Christian. I just it bugs the hell out of me that we're like some of the most skeptical people on earth, and to not question that, like the way some people talk about it, like they just never question it, like, and they refuse to question it. It's just, to me, flat Earth kind of did that to me. Is that I started to question the Bible, and because it's mainstream, it's like we question everything else mainstream, but when it comes to the Bible, you don't want to question the Bible, which is the most mainstream religion, quote unquote, out there. So to me, I don't get it. Maybe It's just me. I don't know. That's my take on it.
Not at all, bro. You just explained me in a nutshell. Same thing. I believe the same thing, bro. I'm amazed actually at it, as a lot of people here know. Yeah. Like you
Yeah,
can
like I
use
like to.
this too.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, go on. Go on.
No, I was just gonna say I like to like hear the. I especially like when you come in, I like it and talk about it, because I like to hear the opposition when it's just the preaching. I feel like it's just like come on. But that's what anything like the debate is what we want to hear. The opposition, we want to hear both sides. So I do enjoy when you come in and just at least just you know be the opposition to it. But go ahead. I wouldn't say much.
Yeah, I guess that thing kind of fell upon me. I don't know, because I guess I'm the only one that, I don't know. I guess I'm one of the few people that look at it in a, shall I say, because any word I use, it's gonna be like not good. So in a more open manner, shall I say, in a less dogmatic. How about that? In a less dogmatic form, I look at it. And by the way, I am born Christian. I was born Christian, and I was an altar boy. So I grew up basically in a church.
Yeah, a lot of us were. That's what's so baffling to me about it is that it's just not questioned. As much as I think it needs to be. It's just it's hard to put into words. It's something that you know. I guess it's just tough. It's tough for people to let go of it. But to me, like I said, in this area that we're in, we're flat. What I'm saying, like that's what it made us do is start to question everything in the mainstream. So why not? Why not question that too? It's the most mainstream religion or book that's out there. Why not question that also? It's just what kind of gets. I mean, it's
I
baffling.
understand how they see it, right? It's faith, you know? It's faith with a little sprinkle of fear.
Right.
And yeah, for some people that's all they need. It's good enough for them. And I don't question it at all. If that's your faith, that's your belief, hey man, that's good on you. Some of my favorite people are Christians, you know? My mom is a devoted Christian. I love my mom, right? So I mean, it's one thing to have faith and another thing to look at things objectively. Let's put it that way.
I think faith is it's a good thing. It's a good thing to have, man. But what are you putting your faith in is the question. If you're putting your faith in something that's an empty bucket, that's never going to happen, then how detrimental can that be? As opposed to you putting faith in something like yourself, to where you can prepare yourself to be the best that you can be. How beneficial is that? It could be like this seesaw effect. Like you could put faith in something that's never going to happen, and then that's like, wow, man. Like that's detrimental. So that's just how I see it.
I hear
I
you,
know
bro.
I
Like,
like my parents, they're still Christian, still Bible believers, you know, and my grandma and them before them, in the grave, waiting, what I'm saying, having that faith that it never happened. So it's like, I don't know, I don't get it. But
it's faith, bro. It's you can't explain it. It's faith. It's just what it is. Some people talk to God and God responds to them, and others, I guess, he ignores. I don't know. I mean, I've talked to God for years. He's never responded back to me. So what can I tell you? I guess I'm not worthy.
And I'm like you, see, I believe in a creator, but yeah, the whole talking to God, you have this relationship. Like I would question, like, what do you mean by relationship, and what if you talk to God and He's even like calling it a He? I don't, I think that's crazy. What's his voice sound like if you're hearing your own voice in your head? I would argue that that's not God. Um, but yeah, this whole like you hear them a lot say this is I have a relationship. You need to have this relationship. Well, I quit like define what a relationship is because I feel like I have a relationship with whatever this is that we're in this realm, and I think studying nature because that's obviously created. We're created, and I think studying nature we can get far with that, and you can learn a lot through just studying nature. Is where I'm at now, but it's like, yeah, man, that's something that like to this day, like I know it's kind of personal, but I can't even like talk to my parents about. They would flip out over it. So it's tough, and I try to like, you gotta. That's what's crazy to me about like all the flat earthers, quote unquote, that have flipped back to the globe, and then they're like so angry, because to me, like I used to be Christian, but I'm not angry. I'm not too angry about it. It is a little bit triggering hearing some of the stuff, but I would never like yell at another Christian about. You know what I'm trying to say? SE?
Yeah, I won't yell at them unless they yell at me.
Yeah,
No,
yeah.
I'm joking. I hear you, bro. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like they get so angry about it. I know it's a tough subject, man. But
Well, until the guys in here understood my point of view, I had some really serious, like, not fallouts, but some really bad things. They thought it was a heathen, most probably. They, when you challenge somebody's uh, beliefs, it's like hair raising. But I think now they understand that it's not a personal thing. I look at religion bad as an institution, right? Not as the person, not as the people that believe, right? If that makes any sense.
yeah, for sure. Like you could have been born. Like none of us got to choose where we were born. By whom. It was just like we just kind of ended up here. So you could have been born, wherever and had that belief growing up. You could have been born in China and had that belief. What makes those people wrong with their interpretation of what they think God is? Just because you're born over here and you come up in this on this side and on the westernized and you have this book, that makes you right about it. I just don't, I don't get that part of it. But I admit that I haven't read it all thoroughly, you know what I'm saying? But I grew up, you know, the same as any of us. I just question it. I just think that most people just don't question it. They just take it as gospel, quote unquote.
Yeah, that's how I got to where I'm at today. I questioned it. I questioned the things that I was brought up to believe, the things I was taught in church and school and by my parents, friends, things of that nature. But that's how I got to where I'm at today is because I did test it. And everything in it checked out to be true, including being visited by spirits and having visions. It was just that real.
Yeah, you see the experiences some people have? I mean, how could you question that? And I had one myself when I was young, so yeah. This is an individual road, an individual's path, It is what it is. But I'll tell you this, I'd rather be in a room of Christians than in a room of atheists. I'll tell you that.
I do agree with you. It's sort of to each their own. I mean, I could sit here and preach the Bible all day, every day, and people just still just go home and say, "Yeah, that was a good message. We'll go back next SUN day," but they didn't get anything. They didn't hear a thing that is talking about, because everybody's just living in their own preconceived ideas and thinking we're going to get raptured out of here before any bad stuff happens. So why do we need to believe, right? It's crazy to me.
Hey, was I breaking up or?
If you were talking, we didn't hear you.
Okay, I got disconnected. Yeah, I was talking, but it's all good.
Go on.
My
You
bad, I
can
didn't hear you.
say it now
I don't
if
even
you
remember.
remember.
I don't remember.
I knew it. Yeah.
It's gone.
So when is it? It's at 8:00, the event?
Supposed to be.
Okay, cool.
Hi, everybody.
Speaking of favorite Christian people, what's up, Blaze?
Hello. Just
Hello, Blaze.
hi. Just studying today, having a good day. How are you guys doing?
Doing good, doing good.
Yay.
Waiting for the presentation.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I haven't heard it.
Blaze, are you talking into your mic good? I can barely hear you. Is it just me?
Can you hear me, Essie?
I can hear you good, yeah?
She's a little quiet.
Am I?
Yeah,
Said
you
no one
right there.
ever.
You sounded muffled a bit. Yeah,
How about now?
good.
Okay, cool.
Is there any reason why we're doing this in live stream too?
I mean, only because, typically you guys are up here, flat smacking. We could do whatever,
I don't see anybody flat smacking now. Whatever. I'm just curious. Why would we put it in unless there's a reason?
Well, I mean, when I made it, like, the other day, just out of respect, I'm not gonna sit there and take Thunderdome spot.
Okay.
I don't know where North is, but I'm sure he'll be here soon.
Bro, listen, I would just call it a mistake, start up here, and then if anybody complains, then take it downstairs. That's what I'd say.
As soon as North gets here, that would be great, and then I'll start it. I mean, I hate to start it
Boom.
without him because it's
Boom, done deal.
his
Get 'em.
presentation.
Yeah, man, for sure. Let's hear it.
Mm-hmm.
And since we don't have an audience of around an average of 20, no, that's not 20 people. Those 20 people don't exist. So I guess we don't have an audience, folks. We're supposed to think that that's not an audience. I remember playing shows when I was in an upcoming band. At the time we were upcoming, we made okay money. We didn't really make a lot of money. We made a lot of good tunes, had a good time. But if 20 people showed up to one of our shows consistently, those 20 people would be close fans, right? And we were a local band. It wasn't the biggest deal, but that's an audience. So to say that, and in fact, if you want to get really hyper specific, one person is an audience member. There were often times when we were on tour, we would play for the bartender. It was just because you book a shitty show at a shitty place at a shitty time and nobody knows who you are, why that's going to be. But we had one audience member. So the definition of audience member is somebody viewing what you're doing, one or more people. So there's that, I suppose. And I think it's what I'm trying to get at is that there is an audience watching and listening. And I think for their sake, we should have as much relevant and diverse content in here, especially if we're not going to see globe evidence. Why, let's just talk about a lot of stuff, right? Until they can pony up the dough, you feel me?
I love it. Yeah, thanks. I like it.
No, you won't see globe evidence. You're blind.
Yeah, man. I don't know how to use my senses. You're right.
You should. Well, I shouldn't. I'm pimping myself. I was on Nathan's show, 1934, something like this. I have not much complaints. He didn't cut me much. So basically, you can hear what I said, and you can see the people they're afraid to look at the picture. They
I see.
start to debunk the picture. They
Should it
start to
take this
talk
much
about what
effort?
they don't look at
Should
it.
it take so much effort to prove to us something that should be everywhere? Should it take this much effort?
It's not much effort. They just refuse to look. Everything
No,
I say,
sir.
they refuse to look. They don't let, you know what? Let the audience decide. Let me talk and let the audience decide. No, Nathan need to tell them that level is flat, level is flat, level is flat, level
Hey,
is
where's
flat,
Nathan?
level is.
Is Nathan
I
here with
don't
us right now?
know.
Oh,
The
then why
show
are you
is
talking
out
about
there.
it?
The show is out there. I'm
That's
telling you
great. Let's
what's
have our
happening.
show. Do you want to have a now show instead of a I did one thing
We
before
can.
show?
You'll do the same.
Yeah. Okay. Well, the audience sees that that was a clear mistake to think somebody is all the same as someone else. Very
But
sloppy.
I hear you have a presentation. What is it about?
No, not me. It's not my presentation. Thank God for you. No, this is something about the resurrections. Blaze, it's y'all's show.
Yeah. Or
A religious a religious presentation.
You're gonna
Not
join
my
us,
cup of tea.
Mikey?
I'm here. Not my cup of
Yeah.
tea. I listen. What?
Okay, good stuff.
Shout out to Chuck, man. Smoke one for me, Chuck.
Yeah. All I have to do is smoke. But I'm on how much? 35%, and me in a brownout. So I don't know how long the phone will last.
You don't have chargers in where you're at?
I told you brownout, no charges, no shit.
Oh, you have a brownout. You have a
Yeah.
power failure?
Yeah, they actually they like 200 meters from here. I think they fixing it.
Right.
It's been over 2 hours, 3 hours maybe.
all right, I don't know where North is. I hope he shows up.
Eastern, Central,
Eastern.
Central Time. Okay.
So while we're waiting, Chucky, what did you discuss exactly? What was the topic?
My picture.
Your picture?
Yeah, that's all I have. A picture. A picture from of the world we live on.
A
Don't
picture.
tell me you didn't see it. Yeah.
Post it. Maybe I didn't.
Again, I'll post it. I don't know why that. Let me find the link. I posted it before.
Not this picture, Chaiki. The one you, the one where you had everything 1,000 or 10,000. That one.
I have one picture. I don't need it anymore.
I think I remember this one.
This one, yeah. Is this what you expect to see on Flat Earth?
No, this is not how you had it before, Chaiki. You had the same elevations, if I remember, the same numbers on those lines, if I remember. Did you update this picture?
No, I have many different angles of arguments on it.
Okay, I'm remembering something different here, but it's been a long time, so I don't know.
Okay.
Didn't you have one like this with different numbers on it? All like the same.
I have. I'm telling you, I have different angles on these different arguments. All lead to the same conclusion. Earth is
This
not
globe.
flat. No. Earth is not flat.
Oh, okay. Earth is not flat, right? That's different than this globe.
No, I don't have enough data to conclude it's a globe. I can speculate it's a globe, but I only have two data points there. So.
Well, Earth is flat is not really like a big discovery. All you got to do is look outside your window. I mean, what?
Well,
I don't know.
It's not flat. This picture proves it's not flat. There's no arguing against it. You couldn't find any logical reason to tell me that what I show you is not true. When I show you that level is not straight, so Earth is certainly not flat.
But it's not an achievement. Any picture you take of Earth and you say it's not flat, I'll agree with you. I mean, it's not a big achievement what you did there.
No, level is not flat. The water is not flat. Nothing is flat. The level is a sphere.
Level is a circle for you, right?
So
Well, I'm
use
showing it's not
water
straight.
levels. So water is never like flat. So we don't use water levels
Good
to
question.
level things out. I mean, dude, I mount TVs all the time. I use a level constantly, and it's a bubble inside of a tube, bro. And if it's not flat across, it's off, and the TV looks weird. Like,
No. What the TV has to do with flat at all.
I'm talking about the level, bro. Don't focus on the wrong thing.
You're talking about orientation. Okay. Looks
Yeah,
flat.
but it's still got to be flat across.
No,
Like,
don't have to. can be bent, and you'll be happy.
Can you show me a level using construction that has a curve, please?
No,
Thank you.
but you can show me that it's flat. You have the means to examine it and see that it's really flat, or maybe close to approximately pretty flat.
Okay, what about this picture proves to you it's not flat?
Well, I need to walk you through it.
Lead the way.
Do it.
Presentation coming.
Are you looking up your notes?
No, I don't want to get in the way.
Don't worry about the presentation, bro. It don't look like it's gonna happen. Go ahead, break down this picture, man. We waiting. Break it down.
Okay, let me find the good stuff.
I thought this was the good stuff.
Yeah, but we'll find better stuff.
So from the north presentation, we're gonna go to the Chaiki presentation. We're fluid. We're fluid.
If I had to guess, are we looking at what 1, 2, 3, 4? We're looking at 5 different elevations, right? But is it the same mountain range, or are they? Is one further from the other?
You have the observer. The observer is standing at 1,200 feet elevation. Is looking out west, north, west, northwest, something like this, towards Blackpool Tower. You see Blackpool Tower there at
Yeah, right there in the
25
middle.
miles. Yeah, 25 miles away. Behind Blackpool Tower, there are wind turbines about 45 miles. And behind them, the Isle of Man, which the ridge you're looking at, is 1,750 feet. You would agree that when you look from 1,200 feet of the observer to Blackpool Tower, which the top of it, the elevation of the top, is 500, what I wrote there, 545 feet. You're looking down. You would agree on that? That when you look from high elevation to low elevation, you're looking down.
You said you're at 1,200 feet?
The observer, yes, the one who takes the picture.
Okay. And you're asking if we're looking down at something that's at 400 feet?
At the top of the tower, there is a flag there. The top of the flagpole is 545 feet up. So we're sure looking down to it, right? If the
Well, if
earth
you're
is
at
flat, if
1,200
it's
feet, yeah,
curved,
obviously.
obviously. So tell me this, why the 1,750 feet mountain appears below the 545?
Are we
Because
drawing straight lines?
1750, hold on, 1750 is 550 feet above the observer. The observer should look up to it. Why is he looking down to it even further down that he looks to the tower?
We heard the question.
Is it behind?
So, go ahead, Essay.
No, go, you take it. Go ahead, Jeremy.
Well, are we drawing straight lines to objects we see in the distance?
Mm-hmm.
That's what we're doing?
Perfect straight lines, yes.
Okay, so when you're done with this mountain thing, I got some stuff we can draw straight lines to. It's going to debunk the globe radius. So carry on. Let me know when you're done with this mountain thing so we can debunk the globe together.
Okay, so real quick, honestly, like your question, dude, of why that's 400 feet or 545 feet with the 1,200 feet behind it, dude. Have you not seen those pictures where you can make it look like you're holding the freaking Statue of Liberty in your hand, dude? Like it's.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead. Go in your room and replicate this picture in your room. I want to see you picture something that is higher than something else, and higher than something else that you heard from, and it
Here, I'll
appears
tell you what.
below. Go ahead, show me.
I got
how
something
you
even
do it.
better for you. So, if you are in one spot, right, on the ground, like sea level, like you are at water level, right? You are at the level of the water where it's touching the ground, okay? And you are looking across 30 miles or 40 miles, all right? And somebody's on the other side at the water, so at water level, sea level, whatever you want to call it, okay? And you both have mirrors, okay? And you flash the mirror, and they see it from the beach.
They don't.
They do, because we've done that
No,
test.
40. No, you
No, dude,
didn't.
we've done that test.
No, you haven't.
And mirrors have to be line of
40.
sight, dude. You have to be looking at it to see that flash.
Mirror. Collimated the. Well, I don't know if yours was is almost like a laser. It's a perfect. Surely not perfect. It's a straight line. You wouldn't be able to see it at 40 miles on the sea level.
No,
No chance.
dude, we do. We recorded it. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, kidding you. Show me that you recorded. You have a video posted.
Here, dude, I'll do you even better. I'll drop you the whole fucking file that we have on this shit, dude. Jesus Christ. Telling me that we didn't do it when I was there
I
at the
wouldn't even
beach.
bother. He's not going to change his mind either way.
No. Why did you say I don't? I say I want to see it.
No, you know what? Honestly, I think you're right.
Well, Chaiki, I think I've told you this before. I don't think you can decipher the shape of the Earth based on what you're doing. I'm going to post this again. I know I posted it for you last time. This is the same location, same elevation on different days. You see the dramatic change in the elevation heights of, post something in here and it just scans away because people are posting all kinds of stuff. I can tag it to the bottom of the chat. Did you see the one I just posted at 19 after the hour? Yeah.
Yeah, we can see it. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So this is the same location, same elevation, different days. So this shows that objects at different distances can appear at different elevations from a single perspective, not from a side perspective, from a single perspective. So to decipher the shape on the Earth based on this is completely invalid, which then invalidates Chaiki's entire claim, because he's trying to use this as a validation of the shape of the Earth, the difference in elevation heights at different objects at different distances.
That's why I'm going to 1,200 feet, and I challenge you to show me such dramatic changes on that hill. Will never happen.
It happens all the time. All kinds of different elevations.
You will get the same picture every single day, not so clear, but the object will not move. You can put the camera there for months. You will get the same picture every single day.
That's not
Nothing will
relevant.
change.
That's
That's
not
not
relevant.
sea level.
It shows,
That's not sea level. There's
okay,
no
well, you done,
refraction.
Chaiki? Tell me when you're done. Tell me when you're done, and don't interrupt.
There's no refraction. Don't bring me a picture from water level with a crazy weather.
Okay.
I'm going to the stable zone when nothing changes ever.
Okay, let him answer now.
Are you done speaking? Okay. You have to not speak now, Chaiki, for as long as I speak, okay? You have to not speak. Okay? Confirmed?
Yeah, I know the rules.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so you're trying to claim that this has to do because you're 1,200 feet versus near water level. You're trying to claim that this effect now, all of a sudden, with the changing of elevations, just because you're at 1,200 feet, somehow completely wipes that off the table. And now, because of the changing elevations, you're deciphering the shape of the Earth from it. Is that your claim?
Yep. Don't have to be 1,200. I think 200 would be enough.
Okay, so anything from 200 feet and above, you think that these elevation changes at objects at different distances somehow validate a curved surface of the Earth versus being under 200 feet. So if I'm at 182 feet versus 212 feet, you're telling me that all of a sudden one of them you can decipher the shape of the Earth from, and the other one is... So how do you explain what is happening here then? Because something is happening here to make these at different elevations.
Yes, the temperature variations. Ask Larry. Is Larry here sometimes? Larry is surveyor. He will explain to you perfectly. What I know, which is usually being stated, that above 100 feet, 100 feet above mean sea level, it becomes stable. You can walk there. And if you see, when they did the survey, the United States, they built towers. They build towers, so they don't do it from the ground. They do it from up in the air.
So you're saying that above 200 feet, we're going to draw straight lines to objects we see in the distance?
Why not?
Because I can debunk your globe like that.
No, you can't.
Like, absolutely.
First of all, pay attention. I don't claim any globe yet. If you ask me if I think Earth is a globe, I tell you yes, I know Earth is a sphere. But I don't claim. I don't make any arguments about it. I make arguments that Earth is not flat. First, we'll establish it's not flat. After we establish it's not flat, we can try and go and explore and see what it can be. We sure don't see edges, so it's not some polygon or something. And if it's smooth, it must be a sphere.
Okay, but we can go to. Oh, I thought you were done. My bad, man. You have this thing where you just like keep going and going and take pauses and when you're done. So go ahead.
Jeremy, I didn't complain. Can talk.
Listen,
I'm not the one to say, you talk over me.
Oh my god.
Okay, talk over me.
Hold on, Jeremy. Chike, this ain't that kind of server, bro. This ain't Gem Pandas, dude. Like, we actually try to be decent. And,
no, you don't. No, you don't. I tried to put a word. The guys sit here, run their mouth for an hour, and I can't put a word in. No, you're not polite.
Well, I wasn't here for that. I haven't really been here all day. I'm still actually working on I'm going on 14 hours of straight work, so I wasn't here for that. Otherwise, I would have moderated. But yeah, typically we don't allow that sort of interaction. But
I start to speak, they start to talk of me like I don't exist. Thin air.
Could have been your mic. Maybe your mic was low, Chike. I don't know.
No. My mic is no. They decided to talk over me.
All right.
Like I'm not here. Like I'm not here.
Okay. Well, let's try to forget, and just move on and stick to the rules. Go ahead, Jeremy.
I didn't brought it up. You brought it up. I'm not complaining. I'm telling you, it's not my thing.
Okay. Well, I know, but it's not a matter of whether or not you complain, and I will bring it up if need be, being that I'm a moderator. So I'm just trying to maintain the cordial conversation between you guys, and just make sure people are getting stepped on. But Jeremy wants to talk. Let's let Jeremy share what he's got to share.
Yeah, I mean, I could share some observations above this 200 feet mark or whatever, where I mean, if you're not claiming a globe, whatever, that's fine. You don't have to claim one. But if that's what we're doing, then it's definitely not going to be a 3959 radius sphere if we're using that method. So a lot of globers are going to. I mean, we can bring this to the globers if you want to and say, look, guys, we debunked your radius on you. I think we'll make a great team, Chase. You want to team up with me? Awesome,
Post the
bro.
video.
Awesome.
Post the video. I don't know.
It's Canago. Canago.
Canago? What's Canago?
You're not familiar with the Canago observation? I'm not going through it with you. It's fine.
No, seriously? You say you have something and you don't show me?
It's
How can I
Canago. I
really-
told you it's the Canago observation.
Now you send me to do Google search Canago.
I mean, if you want to look into it, it's fine. If not, it doesn't
Well, I
matter.
bring my evidence. I don't ask you to go say look for them.
Are you talking about the Guinness Book World Records longest distance photography?
Yeah. If you draw a straight line to Canago, you're not going to get a 3959 radius of a sphere.
Yeah, I'll post it. I'm posting it now.
I understand. How did you conclude it? What calculation did you do?
They're all on the.
You did the distance.
Yeah.
We did the distance and the height,
Mm-hmm.
and the height of where we're looking at, and we can do all the math and figure out that it's not 3959.
Mm-hmm.
That is if we're drawing straight lines to objects above. We can also use a selenilian eclipse. I mean, dude, there's tons of stuff we could do above 200 feet that absolutely crush a 3959 radius. If that's what we're doing, then I'd be happy to have you on board. We go around, show this to the Glovers, tell them they got the radius wrong. It'll be awesome. We'll make a good team.
Just don't expect me to do the math.
With the math's already done, bro. The math's good. We got the math.
Okay. We'll go over it.
We've went over it so many times. I mean, I don't know. Gio, do you want to go over it with them? Or do you have
I did.
I mean, for that one, I just posted it in chat. It's got all the math right on it. Both of them. I posted two of them. They both have it on there.
It's all right there, Chike. Perfect. You ready to let me know if you're ready to do this, Chike? Get serious with it. We'll go around. We'll go bring this to Kosho, Zanuck, all of them. Gen Panda. We'll bring it everywhere to everyone.
Sounds exciting. Jeremy and Chike road tour.
I'm pumped.
Because I remember.
Let's do it. I'm doing push-ups right now.
Because I remember a Rohit presentation which will show you that the Earth radius is what Earth radius is on this picture.
Well, this is
this
the
picture.
We have that black swan one with the oil rigs down at it is close to this water level, and you have those wildly different, visibly different elevations of those objects, which are at different distances. So you have objects at different distances, and on different days they appear to be different elevations in relative to each other, or different heights. Maybe the word height, some different word than elevation, because there's the actual elevation that they are on the Earth, and then there's the refracted elevations, refracted heights. Now that's at water level. You're then saying, hey, at 1,200 feet, it's all good, no problem. We don't have that problem. But then when we go up, like this Canago one is, this one's at 2,840 meters. So this is way above 1,200 feet.
No, it's like 9,000.
Yeah, and so this one, if you want to use straight lines, then you got a problem. The radius, the globe is cooked. So that's a contradiction.
You have straight line. The radius is fine. Don't worry about it.
So it's like I'm not saying you, but whoever's making this argument is using refraction when you want to, and then deleting it when you don't want to.
No.
You didn't even hear what you said, Gio. He just said if you use straight lines, it's fine. The radius is fine.
Listen, refraction at those elevations is about 4 arc seconds per mile, where the curvature is 26 arc second per mile. So it doesn't make much change. So I'll give you refraction or refraction, whatever you want. We'll have 4/26 error maximum.
You really think on your globe, the way the curvature is, you can see 273 miles away? Check it.
The conditions are right. Why not? You have a picture that shows it. You can't argue with it.
Yeah, reality. Yeah, we're showing you reality. Yeah.
I see much further. I have pictures I took from 270, 100 miles.
So you beat the world record?
No, everyone does it. It's called the moon. You do it.
Right. Let's go to space. Gotcha.
No, I'm just saying the distance. The distance is irrelevant if the conditions are right. You'll see it if there's enough light. If you will not see the object itself, maybe you'll have the aid of the sun to see its silhouette. That you should see for sure.
By the way, this is the the Blackpool Tower one. This is what apparently Ranty claimed that this is what flipped him. So
No, this one.
yeah,
The different. The one I have is simpler. You don't need. I don't need trick there. I ask you a simple question: why you look down to something that is above you?
see, I'm going to post this. It shows the oil rigs on the elevation change or the height change of those objects, and then it shows how that relates to the height change with these mountains versus the Blackpool Tower. So for Ranty, I'm not totally trying to like call Ranty out or anything publicly. I'm just sort of saying that for him to quote unquote flip on this is a very, very weak thing to flip on if this is really what he flipped on, because we already know that refraction can change the viewable elevation heights of objects on different days due to refraction. So to make an Earth shape claim on something that we know changes day to day based is optical on refraction, I think is a very, very faulty logic.
Hey, Bev went there and confirmed that that's what you see. I don't know if he has the mountain in the background, but he took a picture, Bev himself, his son, who knows, from about the same place.
Yeah, but that doesn't really mean anything. Just because it's the same on 2 days doesn't. I mean, for example, even in those oil rigs, there could be 2 days that you could find that would look the same, maybe even 3, maybe 4. That doesn't mean that the phenomenon means that the Earth shape. It just means that there's particular refractive conditions in certain areas and certain conditions. Some of them are consistent, some of them are less consistent, and that's already been viewed around the world. There seems to be more. There's like a areas where there's more consistency and the areas where there's more variability of refractive effects due to the local conditions.
That's fine. Surveyors know how to. First of all, I'm not sure, but I think if they come and the day is bad, they go home. They work from 10 or 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. That's the hours. After that, they don't bother. Don't bother for elevation for
Yeah, I just think it's important to delineate between optical effects that change day to day and change in different conditions. So to make some kind of Earth shape or some kind of concrete physical claim upon that, based on that alone, could have a faulty foundation.
It could. However, airplanes land. They don't miss the runways. Even if they can't see it, they can. The plane can land itself without seeing anything because it knows where the runways is.
What does that have to do with anything?
Somehow they figured out how to measure the Earth to such accuracy, and they did it optically. Well, today they use the GPS, but to build the GPS, they needed the foundation.
No,
Yeah,
GPS ain't even
worms. Yeah.
GPS ain't even using straight lines, bro. You know that's affected by refraction. Like
There's no refraction in GPS.
Yeah, there is. Oh, yes, there is. Anyone can Google it right now and see that there. I'm gonna Google it for you and post it in the chat. I'll be right back.
Go ahead. Go right ahead. GPS give you XYZ coordinates, and you can work with it. Doesn't know where you are. You know where you are, not the GPS.
But I mean, if that's what but the thing is, okay, so then on the other side, when we see incredibly far distances, a lot of the globe earthers will claim, well, that's refraction that is bending and warping the entire land to make it extend out like a planar surface. And even though many of those, like that Canada one, should have a 3-mile hump of water, a 3-mile blockage of water, 3-mile high Sagitta block of water, that should be blocking that mountain, but it's nowhere to be seen. So all I'm saying is that if you're trying to take an observation from 1,200 feet and say that the heights of those different objects, fit a globe in that one snapshot of situation, and then if we're going to take the Canada one, which is way higher than 1,200 feet, because that was the thing you said was the difference, being down close to the ground or up high. But the globe earthers say on the Canada one that you need to invoke a 7/6R and add in a radius value and invoke a very dramatic refraction to make that work. So why are the globe earthers evoking a massive refraction at something that is, 9,000 feet in altitude versus, what you're trying to claim at 1,200 feet? Why are you not invoking refraction and they are? It's just a complete contradiction. Or rather, you're invoking no refraction at 1,200 and they're invoking massive refraction at 9,000 to explain the globe.
Yeah, I mean, Chike, are we still drawing straight lines in the atmosphere, and we're going to go around and debunk me and you? We're going to debunk the current globe model radius. Is that what we're going to do? Because if you're with me, I mean, I'll get excited over that. Let's get excited. Me and Chike, that's an unstoppable team right there. We're about to body this shit.
Jeremy and Chike take on the world. You guys are going to travel all around the world.
What's this CSR Institute? Who writes this?
Who writes what?
Radio signals refraction. You're kidding me. That's not light. It's a radio signal. Radio suffer.
It's an electromagnetic frequency traveling through the atmosphere. It's going to have refraction on it. But Chike, hold on. Let's not get into GPS just yet. Are we going to draw straight lines to things above 200 meters or 200 feet?
Yes.
We're going to draw straight lines to that, and that's where the thing is. And then me and you are going to go around and debunk the globe radius, if that's what happens from us drawing straight lines.
Sure. We'll always draw straight lines, not only at 200. We'll treat everything as straight lines. Otherwise, I don't know how to treat them. Because even if it's 5-6 arc seconds, it's not something we perceive, something we will see the end result, but I can't draw it as not straight line. Bislin has a simulator. There you can see how straight it is.
Chike, I'm confused, bro. Are we drawing straight lines and stuff high up? Over 200 feet, are we drawing straight lines and stuff?
No, we will draw always line of sight, a straight line.
So we're going to draw anything over 200 meters, anything over 200 feet, we're going to draw a straight line to, right?
I said I always, even if it's 100 feet, even if it's 5 feet, we'll draw straight line.
5 feet, we're drawing straight lines?
Always straight lines. I don't know what
always straight lines, and that's where the object is, and then we can do our calculations with the height and the distance, and then we can see what the radius is.
Normally, yes, yeah.
What do you mean normally?
Normally, when we see the bends, the cranes are bent in a suspicious way, we go home. We don't look at them.
How do you know which way How do you know if the rays are bent in a suspicious way?
Because they have pictures of a month before and they never bent. Just that day. So that day I don't do no measurements. I go home, enjoy ice cream. I don't know what. It's not a day for observation. I come the next day where everything is calm. I can see everything. There's no bent in the cranes. The cranes are straight as it should be. The boom. I don't know what that is.
Okay, but over 200 feet, we're definitely going to be drawing straight lines to things, right?
Oh, why? What's with you with 200 feet? We will always draw straight line. I don't care what
you
your
said.
elevation
No,
is.
so we can always draw straight lines to things.
Yeah, Jesse.
Okay, so the thing Geo posted with the black swan with the oil rigs, you draw a straight line of that, and you're all fucked up.
No, I told you that day I go home. I don't draw anything.
You said always. You just said we can always draw a
Yes,
straight
but
line.
I don't accept the picture. I don't accept the observation. I don't attempt to draw a line on it because it's garbage.
You said we can always draw straight lines. You just said that like
You
30
can.
seconds ago.
Yes, you can.
Okay, so
During
there it is. We see the thing. We draw a straight line.
Yeah,
And
are the boom, is the boom straight or bent? In your opinion?
it's bent. So what? We're drawing straight lines,
No,
right?
I'm asking you. The boom, is it
I
straight
answered
or
you, and
bent?
I'm responding. Hold on, Chike. I answered you, and I'm adding something to it because you said we can always draw a straight line. So I don't know why it would matter if the boom's bent or not bent because you said yourself 1 minute ago that we can always draw straight lines. So this would fall under the category of always.
Right.
Right.
So
Okay. Good.
at that day, the radius will be different than all other days.
Okay. So are you going to come around and we're going to go on tour and debunk the globe? What are you in Transylvania?
We will not debunk the globe. We will at most we will say Earth is breathing because one day the radius is one value, and the next day the value gets greater. So the Earth somehow breathes, grows.
So we're going to debunk the radius on.
No, we're
yeah,
going
we
to
can.
debunk. We're going to debunk such observations. That day
You
you
can't
don't
debunk an
observe, you go
observation.
home. Yes, you can. Say
You can debunk an observation.
Well,
How would you
you
debunk
can
an observation? If I observe something, how do you debunk? You mean I didn't observe that? You're saying, or
No, you did observe, but you shouldn't get any conclusion from that observation.
okay?
It's
When can
garbage.
we get conclusions?
When the conditions are calm and we see that straight lines are really straight, we can draw straight lines.
So, not always then, because you said
can
always a
draw
minute
always.
ago. I thought
You can do, but I
what
told
does
you
always mean to you? I'm just curious.
always mean always.
Oh, okay. That's you cleared it right up for us. So I'm glad you just said that.
Always and forever, Chike.
Well, but if you're going to base your conclusion about Earth about one day in a month that the cranes that the boom that you know is not is perfectly not perfectly but is straight and it looks bent as hell, then you don't do justice to yourself. Say, you see.
Okay, so we're not always going to draw straight lines.
How's the cat rigs?
Are we going to always draw straight lines to things, or are we not always going to draw straight things? Let's just clear this one up so we can move on.
Always draw straight lines.
We're always going to draw straight lines to things. Okay. So, and the thing Geo showed you with the black swan and Canagoo and tons of other observations, we're going to draw straight lines to them, and it's going to debunk the globe radius.
You, like I said, you wouldn't debunk because you posted 2 pictures. So in the left, he posted 2 pictures. One the crane is bent and one is not, side by side.
Okay, right? So what?
So one will get the right value of the radius. The one will get the false value of the radius. We can't debunk the globe if we have 2 results. That one is good and one is bad. You can tell me it's always bad because we had one that is good.
Yeah. So some days, so when we go out there, and there's a black swan event happening, and the oil rig's way higher, we can say today the globe radius is not this because we're drawing straight lines to it, right?
Yes, that's what I said. You can say what at some days it changes. At most, you can say. Some days it's not the same as the others.
So some days we can debunk the globe radius, and some days we can't.
You don't debunk; it's just changing.
It's what?
Some days it's bigger. Some days it's bigger, and some days it's not. But we know
we got to get this out there. We got to get this out there to the Globers. I don't think they know that we're supposed to be drawing straight lines to stuff and that the radius is changing day by day.
I'm sure they do.
I don't think they think their radius is changing, Jake. We got to let them know.
The radius isn't changing. You just chose
Sure, it
a
is.
bad condition. You just
We're drawing
chose
straight
bad
lines
day.
and stuff, right? You said we could
You-
always draw straight lines.
Yes, and I said also you chose the bad day to base your conclusion about the radius.
No, we're going to use all the days, and we have a changing radius. We use all the days. We're not going to cherry pick anything. We use all the days, and we have a changing radius. We got to let all the Globers know the radius is changing day by day.
It's
We got to get
not
this out
cherry
there,
pick.
Chike.
It's the opposite. It's not cherry picking. It's mowing the lawn. How would you say?
No, I
You
said we're
throw
not
out the
going to cherry pick.
outlier.
I said we're not going to cherry pick. We're going to use all the days, and we're going to let them know that they have an ever-changing radius. Because I don't think they think the radius is changing day by day.
Do you really believe it that the radius is changing? Do you really believe that the radius is changing?
You believe it is because you said we're always drawing straight lines and stuff.
No, I don't believe
You
it's
said
changing.
that.
No,
You
I
said we're
said
always
that.
drawing straight lines.
Yes, but I said don't look at this day. Go home.
Why? Why would I go home? You said I can always draw straight
Because
lines.
it's a bad day to make observations, Jeremy. Use
So we're
your
not
common
always going to
sense.
draw straight lines. So not
Yes.
always.
So let's say we plan a race, yes, but that day there is a rain. You want to do the race in the rain, or you
Okay,
want to
so
wait
not
to a dry day so we don't die?
okay. So we're not always going to draw straight lines.
We're not going to observe every day.
Why? I can observe it any day I want. And
You
according
can,
to you,
but
according to you, I can always draw straight lines. So boom, we're good, right?
you're just being argumentative now, Jeremy. You don't being reasonable.
I'm being reasonable, Chike. Okay,
No.
are we always going to draw straight lines to things in the distance?
Yes.
Okay, we're always going to do that. Okay, so when I go out there and I draw a straight line every day, and we take those out and we take all of the observations, and we come to find out they have a changing radius. It's changing day by day, hour by hour, and we're going to bring this to the scientific community, the Globers, Zanuck, everyone. Ruhif, we got to let them know.
No problem.
Awesome. Fucking awesome. Let's do it, Chuck.
Yeah, that's good because Zanuck says we just use straight trig, right? So it should just be straight lines all day, every day.
Look, Jeremy is maybe the only flat earther that gets the drop and the sagitta and the hump. Yeah, and he tried. I think he tried to
I wouldn't think I'm the only
explain it.
one.
I think you're the only one, and you tried, I believe, to explain it to us in numerous times, and he doesn't want to accept it.
Don't
But
try
you
to
get
change
it.
the topic. Don't try to change the topic. Me and you are about to debunk the shit out of this globe radius thing.
Just give you a compliment.
Okay, thank you very much, but nonetheless, me and you are going to team up and let all these Globers and the scientific community. We're going to let them know that their Earth's radius is changing day by day, right?
Right. I think Zanuck calculated the radius at that day, long time ago. I don't know how big it was.
I don't think these guys know their radius is changing every day. We got to let them know, bro.
Yeah, but even that bent picture, we need to examine carefully and identify if we see the horizon where we think we see it, or is it not really the horizon?
It don't matter. We can see the oil rig, and we draw a straight line to it, and we're good.
But
right?
No, we need the horizon to know the radius.
Why can't I draw a straight line to the oil rig?
You can, but what does it tell you? How do we base our calculation on the oil rig?
Well, we know the height of the oil rig. We know the height of the oil rig, and we know the distance of the oil rig, so we can figure out how much Earth's radius value is.
No, we don't have angle measurements. The only reference we can do is the horizon, which we know about approximately the angle to it. We need an angle.
We need to get a guy out there with you're saying we need to get a guy out there with a theodolite and get an angle measurement to the oil rigs, and then we can go around and start debunking the globe radius.
If you have theodolite, we can do it I can do it with the auto level also.
You can't get an angle measurement to the top of an oil rig with an auto level
I
unless
can.
you're horizontal.
Look,
You have to be
if
horizontal with the auto level.
yes, don't worry about it.
You have to be the same height as the oil rig.
No.
Auto levels just make horizontal lines. They don't take angle measurements.
Jeremy, I have the picture of Bev.
Chikey.
I have the picture of Bev. Bev took a picture of Blackpool Tower. Thank you, Bev. And I found its distance from the picture.
Did you get an angle measurement to the top of the? Did you get an angle measurement to the top of the thing?
Yes.
With an auto level.
With an auto level, as long as it's in the reticle, it's not outside. I can get the measurements. Don't worry about it.
You can only get an angle if it's lined up with the crosshairs, and that's 180. You're not making no other angle measurements with that because it's not a theodolite. The theodolite will tilt. You can move
Jeremy,
the theodolite up and down to get an angle. You can't get an angle with a theodolite unless it's a 180-degree angle, which I don't even know if that's actually considered an angle or not.
Yeah, but the other light costs $5,000, and you can get this auto level for $100.
So okay,
I don't want you to spend money for nothing. I don't need it. I can do it with the other light to pretty good accuracy, counting pixels. Don't worry about it.
Counting pixels? What the fuck? What?
Yes. Don't worry about it. If I know every pixel is 2 arc seconds, then I count them. I tell you, this is 6 arc seconds elevation. No problem, man. The fact that Bev tell you can't measure angles with the auto level is false, because me and Ruhif came to the same distance of Bev with some 200 meters difference.
The only angle you can get with an auto level is 180 degrees because that's the only thing it does.
No.
That's all it does.
No.
Yes.
From top to bottom is
pixels? How many pixels?
1/100 of a radian.
How many pixels is in a radian? How many radians are in a pixel?
Depends on the camera.
It depends on a lot of things, Chike. This counting pixel thing's fucking ridiculous. Listen,
I don't know why you start worried before. Why you start worried? Why are you worried? If I'm telling you, I will measure the angle with auto level as long as if the oil rig is inside the reticle, not outside it.
Okay, fine.
Or part of it. If you know auto level enough, then don't spend too much money.
All right.
If you have the other light and someone who knows to operate it, better.
Yes. So if I get an auto level, I have auto level and theodolite people. Don't worry about what kind of peoples I got. Listen, you're telling me if I get an auto level or a theodolite out there and take a picture of the Black Swan event, then we can start debunking the globe radius.
Yeah, I know the people you know. How many subsolar points did you measure so far? You said you had people.
Don't
you have
deviate.
People. You said you said you have people.
Yes, I got people, and if I send my peoples out there to get an image through a theodolite or an auto level, and it's during one of these Black Swan events, you're telling me you will actively help me debunk the globe radius or let these people know that Earth's radius is changing?
We will prove it's correct. Well,
how it's going to be changing?
Don't you
we're
worry
going to prove
about
that if we're drawing straight lines to things, we're going to prove that Earth's radius is changing on a day-by-day basis.
Now that's what you say. Now the guy waited months to get this video with the bent cranes. They will have to go there every single fucking day and take pictures.
That's right. I get my peoples out there every day for 3 months, and they're gonna and they're gonna get they're gonna every once a day they're gonna snap a picture through their auto level or theodolite, and you're gonna get all different elevations, and we're gonna let all the world know that the Earth is changing radius on a day-by-day basis. Is that what we're gonna do?
Yeah. Chad,
Awesome.
post some eye level. Chad, I didn't see eye
Awesome.
level for a long time.
That's what we're
And
gonna do, Chike. I'm pumped.
and have a crayon.
Okay, do we have anything real to talk about? I'm just weird.
No, we need pictures throughout the level.
Yeah, I know.
I don't know. I'm kind of enjoying the conversation about the ever morphing Earth, though.
Yeah, Chike said we could draw straight lines and things in the distance always. So I mean, that's exciting right there.
Surely
Yeah, I'm
with
excited.
an auto level. What I'm going to do with auto level in not straight line, I'm going to bet it. I have a plane of reference there.
Perfect. I can't wait. We gotta get my peoples on it right away. Auto level at the Black Swan site.
Can be
I don't know
anytime.
what you think is funny. My peoples are out there, bro.
We'll see. Johnny,
Platypus.
once you have the pictures, I know you have people.
I got peoples out there, yeah, that are near the
Platypus.
Xanax. Xanax out there. He's near the Black Swan site sometimes. Oh, my phone's shut.
Yes, auto level. Zanik will go there
You
and
can get
take
an auto
pictures.
level. You can get an auto level app on your phone, bro. It's for like probably $10 or something.
Nah. I think a real auto level, something that costs at least $100. Something reliable, like Bev's. 32
All right,
magnification.
well, okay, Jake. All right. All right, what else we got, guys? North never showed up. Oh, is he
Have a
doing that
crayon, Chad.
in the second live stream? Oh shit, they got a bumper down there. There is an event going on right now in live stream too.
I don't see anything live there.
Jake, you just found the internet like a year ago.
I've been on the internet a bit earlier than you.
Earlier than me? How long you been on the
Yeah.
internet for?
I don't see it live. I don't see a
I was on the
presentation.
internet in the 90s.
She
Really?
said the presentation will be on screen live. And
I
I
said he's
don't see
giving a
it.
presentation in live stream too.
Yes,
Yo,
but I don't see anything live there.
I don't know, Shike. I don't know. I know I'm getting a headache or something weird's happening in my brain right now. I gotta go.
You want to go to see the live stream? Go see the live stream. I'll go see the live stream. Let's go.
I think Chike might have just stumbled into Bible study.
What happened to VC? I just popped out for 5 minutes. What happened?
I
Chike
told
went down to
everyone, I
Bible
was like,
study.
yo, SC left. Everyone log off quick.
You killed the chat again, Jeremy?
I don't know, man. The thing I just did gave me a fucking headache. I don't know how anyone else feels after that, after what just happened in here. Was that enjoyable for the audience, or I don't know?
I missed it, so I don't know what happened.
Drake said he could get an angle from auto level by counting pixels. It was a mess, bro. I don't know.
Oh boy, yeah.
I told him auto levels don't do that. The auto lights do that. He said no, we could count pixels or something weird. I don't know.
Well, it ended at him going to find God because he went down to Livestream too.
He needs to go find Jesus.
Well, it looks like North didn't show up, but yeah, it does look like there. I didn't turn it on live down there. I don't know if they wanted me to. Blaze probably would let me know if she wanted me to turn it on live, but yeah, they're doing. I think they're doing the event. Maybe. Well, I'm not sure whether they're talking about the same topic North was going to talk about, but yeah, it doesn't look like he. Maybe he forgot or wasn't able to make it. So, but I think they're having some kind of a discussion down there.
So Jeremy, you did a service. You brought a man towards God. Good on you, bro.
But Chikey ended being like, "Well, I'm gonna go down there and see." So he went to find God for that.
You really made my brain hurt just now. I'm not lying.
Well, I found it interesting that he went into the conversation saying no matter what you see observationally and how you try to measure it, it's always going to measure a globe. So how is any of it falsifiable with those methods, right?
An ever-changing radius globe. That's fire, bro. Like Earth is breathing. It's a breathing sphere. Maybe the Xanac thing is right, and the fucking rate, and the ground is accelerating up to meet three falling objects.
That reminds me of Brenda. She had a variable radius once upon a time ago.
So we need to get a guy with an auto level so Chikey can count pixels or a theodolite out to the Black Swan site. And then we'll have him on board with an ever-changing day-by-day Earth radius. Would he really be arguing for that? Really, like that's what hurt. It hurts my head.
Yeah, they're model afflicted, bro. There's no way that you're gonna change their mind. There's just no way. The model is too strong. It's like a belief. It's like faith. There's no way you're gonna change their mind.
It is a belief because you heard that gyroscope thing the other day.
Yeah.
He just has a belief of what the cause is for the procession.
They believe that it seeks north on their own. You heard them. Then they came around. But yeah, the belief is that the gyro compass somehow finds north on its own. It's crazy.
I can see if it was an actual compass, then I'd be like, yeah, fucking finds north on its own. You ain't gotta do nothing. You build this thing and just boom, fucking points north. Let's fucking go, right? But they have to set a gyro, right? They gotta set it to point north.
Yeah, they literally have to set it to point north. Yep, true north.
Geo, you know about gyro compasses?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, if you built this gyro compass, is it just going to automatically find north, or do you have to like set it for that to be the direction to point?
You have to set it to north.
Yeah, you got to set it. And then, yeah, if they set it and then I buy the gyro compass and voila, it points north. I mean,
Essentially, they offset the precession that the gyroscope itself does. They offset that to make it stay stable, and then you can point it north and then use it as a navigating device. Because now you have something that's staying in a stable direction, which they can then use for navigation.
Sorry, I thought you were done.
Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say it also has to be perfectly level for it to work. Horizontal.
You mean just
You
to
mean
set it up?
curving.
Because I mean, out of the ocean, it's bopping around. But you mean just to get it set up originally?
Yeah, well, the whole thing of the ballast, right, the weight, is to keep it level and horizontal. It has to maintain that orientation for it to function properly. So you say what you see when they say that they show like it's going around the curve of the Earth, and then they show it processing, and the mechanism steers it back. That's what that is. It has to stay level and horizontal for it to work properly. But the main thing is that it could be made to point anywhere. You can make it to point east, west, south, southeast, all day long. You know, everybody thought that the gyro compass finds its north on its own. Everybody thought that. And when I was telling them, no, they were fighting like crazy. They were like, no, you don't know what you're talking about. You're crazy. It finds north on its own. Until I showed them, no, dude, it doesn't. You know who brought this out? Bob the Science Guy about 4 years ago.
What did he say? He said they find north on their own.
Yep.
He's not here to learn from us, bro. He said that one night. That was funny. Somebody made a video of that. I think it was Brian Leakey actually made a video of that.
What did he say?
He was trying to say chords were in spherical. Veach was in the room at the time, right? Veach was here, and Bob was like, "Yeah, there's chords in spherical geometry." I was like, "No, there's no chords." He's like, "Sure there is." And I was like, "Veach," and Veach set him straight right away.
Nice.
And then 2 minutes later, he was like, "I'm not here to learn about geometry from you guys."
Yeah.
It's interesting you bring him up in relation to the gyro compass, because I actually remember years ago, back on the 24/7 Discord, in the early days, like the 1.0 original server, And yeah, he used to come in and I remember back then, sort of debating when he would come in there about the gyro compass, and specifically I was telling him, how it works, and then he was saying that it points north, and I just remember it's probably still on that channel actually if you go way back in those early episodes. So
I can believe it. Yeah. So you heard him say it back then, right? Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, that's what he came in saying, and he's tried to have that extra confident voice, and as if he's he's correct, and I was telling him over and over that was not the case.
Nice. You were onto it from back then. Yeah. I was telling him the same thing. Did you know that? Did you know that it could be made to point in any direction back then?
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah, all you got to do is research it, right? Just look, read a few things, and you'll see it. It's pretty obvious.
And actually, the Chief Squatty Dog was the same thing. There were probably times with Chief Squatty Dog and Bob, like against me, basically. I'm sure there was a couple of those, because there was a time there where that gyro compass was being brought up almost every day for a while.
Oh, the Chief Squatting Dog was around from back then, arguing that?
Yep. Oh yeah.
This is too good. So this is like part 2. Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is crazy, man. Yeah, they believe in these fantasies, even when you show them. Look, the guy's saying it. He says, I was showing them how it works, the RPMs, everything. I forgot how the ballast thing works, though. For some reason, I thought it was like for the waves, but that was so long ago, I forgot. It's not for the waves. Yeah, but for anybody that likes gadgets, you go look at that thing, man. It's like it's a work of marvel. Like it's like so intricate, so precise. It's freaked out the way it works.
I think just the word compass, they just assume it. You know what I mean? They might just think that because it has the word compass in it, that it points north. They don't. They just maybe on surface level, if they haven't really researched it yet.
Yeah, maybe the word compass confuses them. Yeah, because they're used to a compass pointing itself. Yeah. But the way it works, it's like ingenious, man, because they use the principle, the right hand rule. Like when you disturb a gyroscope, it precesses in a certain manner. I think it's 90 degrees. The right hand rule. So yeah, it's freaked out, and they use those principles to realign it if it tilts. Yeah, it's freaked out. If you're a gadget guy, yeah, just check out mechanical. Make sure you put mechanical gyro compass. It'll blow your mind. It's like a Swiss watch has nothing on this thing.
So I got a question for everybody. Y'all ready for a topic change?
Yeah, sure. Before you go, I just want to say one thing. I posted, yeah, thanks. Just 20 seconds, not even. I posted a thing on the gyro, the mechanical gyro compass, in case anyone's interested. The guy breaks it down from A to Z. Yeah, go ahead, buddy. Go ahead.
So there's a lot of talk about light. So, like, I guess the basic question I have is: does everybody believe that light travels from like point A to point B?
Oh, not in here. Nope. I'm not sure if I'm one of them, but the answer to your question is no. Not everybody believes that.
Right. Yeah, I know that not everybody believes. I hear a lot of, conflicted things about light. Nobody knows. I know nobody really knows, but I was just wondering what anybody's take on it is. 'Cause I'll let y'all know in a minute, but I'm kind of want everybody's answer first. So does light travel from point A to point B? This is your belief on it. It doesn't have to be, just what you think.
Me, I've always thought that, but now I've heard the alternative story that it's a perturbation in the medium. I don't know. To be honest with you, I'm not sure. How about yourself?
Okay, so what's got me thinking about it, right, is like I just made a move. I've lived in Florida for like 12 years, but I moved to a different city in Florida. So I got a new occupation. I am a telecommunications technician, which is just fancy for high speed internet. I install high speed internet for people. So I'm training for this, right? Um, it's fiber optics, the cables,
Nice.
high speed internet. Yeah. So the way they explain it is that it basically starts, um, at a control center pretty much. And the light is sent out. It's light through fiber, you know, wire pretty much. It's got fiberglass in it, like two layers of fiber in there, and the light is just passed through, right? So they say that at the control center, it starts out at a certain decibel, at a certain wavelength, and as it travels, the light attenuates and it loses strength or signal, you know. So like over a mile, it might lose 0.5 decibels. That can cause it to attenuate. So distance causes it to attenuate. And like say if you connect wire to wire, that'll make it attenuate and lose 0.5. If the fiber's dirty, if there's oil, it's oily, like we have to clean the fiber, to clean up the fiber to make it pass through the glass, more easily. That can cause it to attenuate. So say like at the control center, it starts out at like a +3. They put it out at a +3 decibels per meter. By the time it gets to the residence, which it goes from the control to like it's like a splitter. It's a splitter with a bunch of ports. So it gets split. So like a splitter has 32 ports on it. So one line gets split into 32 lines, and then it gets to the houses from that splitter. Um, so that causes it to attenuate. It's like it's all these. So by the time it gets to the house, it's like we want the light to be at like a -17 to like -25 decibels. And we have like this meter that we read it with. Now I'm still training, so I'm still learning. But the way they explain it to us in class is that It starts out, it travels, it attenuates. Certain things make it lesser, but by the time it still gets to the residents, they're still getting this high speed that's, like a gig, you know, uh, it's fast, and they plan on upping this, I guess, in years to come. But right now, in this area, this is what they're teaching us. So as far as it traveling from A to B, that's the way they explain it. So that's what's got me thinking about it, because I was, thinking about, the perturbation of a medium type of thing, but the way they're explaining it, it's like, look at it, and it was crazy because like in class, like they're, explaining, attenuation of light. And his example is like standing in a pool and looking at the sun, and how the sun would look at different angles. If you're standing in the pool and looking up at the sun, how it would look because of refraction, So the light reflects and it refracts inside of this cable, or yes. Y'all hold on. My daughter, hold on. So yeah, what are y'all thoughts on that? Because like I said, the way they're teaching us in this class, uh, A to B, uh, it seems that way.
So
Any
they're
thoughts?
teaching you that light travels,
Yeah.
right? Do they
Yeah.
describe it in packets or waves, or what do they describe? What's
It's
the
it's
terminology?
yeah, it's at a certain decimal at a certain wavelength. So they say 1490 is the wavelength. Um, for a certain um, like the routers come in two different routers that we have. Um, and I'm not going to get into that because it's like specific to the company that I work for. But so there's like two different routers. It's like XGS and GPON. Um, but for the GPON, which we were learning about today, the wavelength is 1490. Um, and then yeah, it's like a certain decibel per meter, and then it's like a certain wavelength that is put out. It starts out at the control. It goes to like a splitter, it's split, and then it goes to like the tap, which is what you would see on like the lines on the poles outside. There's these little black boxes on there, and from that tap, it goes to the houses. So each time it has to do that, the strength lessens. So they say it's by distance, it's by like if you have to split it, it's at the tap that it'll lessen the light. But like, say I have a repair, I go to a house, the first thing I'm doing is I'm checking the light at the house. I'm looking for a certain strength of light at the house. So I get I have like a light meter. I plug up the fiber and check for how strong the light is coming to the house. I mean, it's all light, which is, it's crazy in itself to just think about. But like even the instructor today was like, we don't really understand this. We just know how to use
I was just gonna say it's mind blowing, bro. It's just mind blowing. The amount of information, like it's just this, yeah, and how small it is. It's crazy.
it. Right. They say the fiber is like the width of your hair. It's that small. But you can hook up the scope to it and you can see, like he would like rub it on his shirt, and then you could see all the like dirt that was from his shirt on the fiber, and then you could just like clean it with this tool, and it would clean it all up. Or you like rub it in your skin, and it'll show all the oil just like on the fiber. Now this is like as small as like a hair, the width of a hair, this fiber. That light is being passed through. This is what's giving you, like this high speed internet. Um, but past that, past what he's explaining, I don't think they really understand. I mean, I guess it's ones and zeros. When you
That's
break
what I
it
was
down,
just gonna ask you next, bro. Is it still like ones and zeros? Is that all it is?
I would think so, because I think it's just like the light, and it's like a sensor, and the sensor interprets into ones and zeros.
So on off, on off, on off, kind of a thing.
And different sequences. As far as I know, like I said, I'm in training. I've just been in this for like a month now. Um, and they're just teaching me what we need to know to, install, the fiber at these locations. But yeah, it was just pretty surreal sitting there and just going over like refraction in the class. And I'm just sitting there like most of the people in the class probably this is their first time hearing it. I haven't heard it just by being in this conversation. But yeah, that's the way they explain it, from point A to point B. It attenuates it. Certain things cause it to lose signal. Distance is one of them. Now this is through, a fiber, which is just like glass, like fiberglass, which you would find in like insulation. Real fine glass that is being passed through. So
Can I say something real quick? So I'm sure have you heard people describe light as already being there to begin with?
yeah,
Have
to
you
me
heard
that
that
makes
concept?
sense. Yeah, it makes
So,
sense.
so, so think of it this way: if you take this is for me, this is the best analogy to visualize it is utilizing water and like dropping a pebble in water. So if you have a perfectly calm ocean and you drop a pebble in the ocean, does the energy that pebble generates within the ocean, meaning the agitation that it causes, the up and down undulations within the water, does that dissipate over distance?
Yeah, I understand. Yeah.
Yeah, so the attenuation of light to me doesn't necessitate a point A to point B traveling. If anything, something like the concept of a photon and photons being shot down these lines, how does that work with attenuation? What are you just slowly losing photons over the distance? So these energetic pulses of what? Photons? How many photons are contained within each energetic pulse? And how many wind up at the other end? It's kind of
Well, that's the question, is because like if it's at a certain decibel, they, starting out at this control at a certain decibel per meter, they're putting it out like it's a certain signal. You know what I'm saying? At a certain wavelength. You know. So I'm just saying that the way that they teach it.
yeah, no, it makes
It's something to think about.
right. To me, it makes more sense with the concept of what we call light already being there and the energetic pulses within that light, right? The agitation of them. Because light is anything on the electromagnetic spectrum, right? So even your microwave, when it cooks food, that's an electromagnetic thing that's taking place. It's light that's cooking your food. So if you think of the energetic pulses that are created, and I'll go back to the water example, when you drop that pebble in, the frequency and amplitude of the wave is going to be largest at the point in which you drop it, right? Slowly decreasing over the distance. So your decibels, right? The frequency that you're receiving is going to be much weaker towards the end of the line. To me, that makes way more sense. And this is why there's this issue that they want to quantify or they want to quantify light into some type of particle, because that's kind of what I guess all of science tries to do. But then they also want to claim that it is a wave, but a wave is what something does, is not what something is. So the only way that they can describe light as a wave, I'm still yet to hear a good example of what is waving within their conception of light. But to me, the loss over distance makes perfect sense in the way that I think of light being an agitation of the background medium that permeates everything that's already there to begin with.
Yeah, it's definitely something I'm going to be thinking about from now on for like long and hard. Like I said, I'm just telling you guys the way they explain it in the class. And like say like I get to a residence and I go check the light, there's no light or bad light, they call it bad light. Like if it's like too high of a reading or too low of a reading, they want it in a certain range. We can hook up it's like an infrared and you like send it, you hook up the fiber, you send it back to what's called like the LCP, which is like it's like basically where the splitter's at, and you kind of work yourself back to try to figure out what the problem is at. So, but that light, you're telling me that that light is not traveling. Like, so say I hook up this infrared to the end of the fiber, I drive like a mile down the road to this crossroads, and I'm looking for the light traveling through that fiber at this splitter. You know what I'm saying? At this port, and that's the way I can tell if that light is traveling through there or not. If there's a break in the line, I won't see no light. If there's any kind of break in the line in that mile that I traveled from the residence to the crossroads, that light will not show. So are you telling me that that light is not traveling from point A to point B? You know what I'm saying? Because if there's a break in the line, it wouldn't show. If there's no break, and it's just dirty, it'll show, and I can check the levels of the light and make sure that it's the right.
Yeah, let me give you maybe another example, right? Maybe think of like a sheet for a bed, like a bed sheet, but a really, really long bed sheet, right? And if somebody's on one side of it and they just move their hand up and down, right, that creates an energetic pulse which will travel throughout that bed sheet, right? And it dissipates over time. So if you had a disconnect between that energetic pulse and the other person, meaning you have a cut in the sheet, is that pulse going to reach the other person if the sheet's not there to begin with? Like it's got a blockage?
Yeah, I mean, I kind of hear you. I understand what you're getting across. So, what would you think is like this? When I say it's a certain decimal at a certain wavelength, what's happening? Who's this? Napalm? I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, some of these analogies fall apart, right? Because when you're talking about fiber, you're talking about that pulse being sent through a very specific thing, right? So that energetic pulse is being sent through there, but then you also have shielding, right, around that so that it's not escaping. You're not getting too much like loss. Like when you have open power lines, you do get some loss through the distance that it's traveling, right? Because the energy, even the electricity that's traveling on those wires, it's not actually traveling in the wires themselves. It's actually outside the wires. But when you're talking about fiber, you're basically sending pulses through like a tunnel kind of thing. And if you cut off the tunnel with something that's going to block that specific frequency or is made to not allow that pulse to go through it, so your break in your line it's not going to continue. You've effectively cut off the tunnel that you set up the perturbation in to begin with. If that makes sense.
When you say dirty cable, do you mean the tips of it or anywhere along the fiber optic will
Yeah, it's a
cause
fiber tip that will
the tip, right?
be dirty.
Okay. Yeah.
The tip of it. And we use these scopes to kind of look at the tip of the fiber. And yeah, it's basically the tip. Yeah.
If you were to cut the cable at the tip, let's say it was dirty and you were to cut it, would that do the trick or no?
What do you mean?
Well, let's say you come upon a dirty cable. I'm sure you can just clean it, right? But I just want to understand if you snap. Sorry?
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, if you just snip the cable with a cutter, I know that sounds stupid. It probably is stupid, but Can you do that, or is there a way like you have to melt it, cut it, or laser cut it, or how does it work?
Well, they have people like say you had a break in the line, and um, instead of running like a whole new drop, which is like replacing the whole line, they have people who can come maybe and splice it, but that's not what I you know. I'm strictly like hooking up, like meeting with the customer. I'm hooking up their router, setting up the pods at their house type of thing. And like I said, I am in training. I'm just learning this, so um, it's something that I just wanted to ask about. But one thing that the instructor showed us today was like, so say like your fiber's dirty, you hook the scope up to it, you can see all the grains and stuff in it that's making it dirty. Um, hold on, my daughter. Hold on.
If you don't mind me asking, what general area in Florida are you in? So you can find.
Southwest, Cape Coral, Fort Myers. I just recently moved from like the Northwest Panhandle,
Oh, nice.
Pensacola, Panama City region, but like 2-3 months ago, I moved here.
Gotcha. Yeah, we enjoy the Panhandle. We vacation up there quite a bit at St. George Island.
Nice. Yeah, it's a little too touristy up there. It's nice. I mean, beaches are nice.
Yeah.
But yeah, SC, man. Like if there's like the fiber has like basically like connectors on the end of it, you know. So like if that connector is like damaged or something like that, like I said, there's people who can come and like splice these things. I think it costs more money to do that. It's easier to just like replace the line or whatever, or you know. But
Yeah, I hear you, but I didn't want to overwhelm you. I know you're just
yeah,
just
this is
starting, but I
all.
can't help myself. I'm a gadget geek, you know. So yeah.
It's interesting to think about. Light is something that, you know, it's very interesting to think about. I just wanted to like put that on you guys and just see what your thoughts were. Because like I said, this is the way they're explaining it. It's like point A to point B, it attenuates it. Certain things will make it, you know, slow down the signal or whatever. And yeah, one of the things the instructor showed was like with this scope, which is the scope is just how you can see how dirty it is. You can hit a few buttons. You basically focus on the core of the fiber, and you're trying to see if it's dirty or not. So you focus it, and then you run a test on it. If the test fails, of course, you know it's a dirty fiber. And you can just clean it, and most of the time it cleans it. If there's scratches and stuff, then it won't pass. But most of the times you can clean it. They give you like cloths, or they give you this tool where you just like push on it and it cleans the fiber. But the scope had like basically like a straight, like think of it like a bit on the end of a drill. There was one that was straight and there was one that was angled. He was like, well, these fiber tips are angled too. So you have to use this bit that has an angle. And if you use a straight one, it'll just block it and it won't work. Um, I'm just trying to wrap my head around, because to me, the way they explain it, it makes sense. But I also, like I said, thinking about light, how Napalm is trying to explain it also makes it. They both make sense to me. Maybe it's something in the middle. I don't know.
Well,
But
here's the thing: the point A to point B propagation is not like, it's not necessarily an improper way of thinking about it. It is if you're trying to conceptualize the light as being something like what they would call a photon, and thinking of it
let me
as
let me
one.
cut you off. Let me cut you off, Napalm.
Go ahead.
How do you explain attenuation if it's not traveling from point A? Like, what's attenuation? You know, like say like a sunset. Like, explain that.
So yeah,
Or like,
so let me just go back to the example of water, right? We dropped the pebble in the water, and we're on an ocean, a very calm ocean, and we can see that impulse going across the top of the water. Eventually, it attenuates, right? The energy isn't enough to continue that impulse forever, right? It attenuates over time. But the whole time it is quote unquote traveling, which isn't necessarily what it's doing. It's just being induced across a medium that is already there. So that wave is a wave of water. Water already existed at the end point of that attenuation, and it was there when the pebble was dropped into it. So when you think of light as a wave, what is actually waving? Because within my example, I have water that's waving. You can't have a wave that's in and of itself. It has to be what something is doing. So when we're talking about establishing a propagation of light from point A to point B, all we're talking about is an energetic impulse within the medium that we would consider light to begin with, that is moving, right? It's being induced across that medium. It's not that it's traveling like a baseball would from point A to point B. Does that make sense, or should I try to word that differently? Because if you think of light like a photon, you'd have to look at it as like little tennis balls, right? So if we use our example of we're in the middle of the ocean, we're in a boat, and it's completely calm water. I drop a pebble in the water, I can see that the water is always going to be what is my indication of that energetic impulse, because the water is what is the energy, right? It's what's induced, like the induction of that energy across the water is what's taking place.
So I guess my question would be, so like, what's the pebble in the case of light? Like, what's generating the pulse? Like, you drop the rock in the pebble, that's making the waves
Yeah.
to propagate across the water, which is the medium. So in the case of like light, what's generating that pulse would be my question.
Typically, it's going to be vibratory in nature. Most of the time, it's going to be electrical, but then you can also have light that can come from just sound specifically. You can have sonoluminescence, you have bioluminescence, you have many different ways that we experience what we call visual light, which is illumination. But all of it is just vibration at specific frequencies, because light is technically everything on the electromagnetic spectrum. We just only see a very small portion of that electromagnetic spectrum. Like if we're talking about a microwave, the wave that is established within that, the light wave that is established there, you don't see the effects of the energy until it comes into contact with something, right? Same way that you don't see light, you see illumination only when you have something really that is physical for the light to be hitting.
Yeah, I agree with you there. I just, like I said, it's something to ponder about, something to think about, deeper.
Well, just think of it this
I had
way:
another.
if it's traveling from point A to point B, what's basically being said is that like little particles of what they call light are being shot from point A to point B. Where do the particles go that don't make it all the way down the line? What happens to them?
Well, like I said, this is the way they explained it. So, like inside the fiberglass, right? Like I said, it's two. It's one that was. It's like a casing, right? So one casing has fiberglass. It's fiberglass, and then it's like the outer casing, which is like rubber or whatever. Um, Inside of that fiberglass, they explain it like, of course, like with the waves, and the waves like may reflect back, so like, you know how they draw the waves. They draw the waves, and some of them may reflect back this way, some of them may continue on, and then some of them may go straight. Um, that's just the way they explain it. So some of the light is not making it, some of it is making it, type of thing.
Yeah,
Inside of that. Yeah.
that would be what I would consider a incorrect way to describe what's taking place. That some of the light just isn't making it down there. I mean, think of the pebble in the water. Like, how much of that water is not making it towards the end? The water was always there to begin with, and actually, the water that comes into contact with the pebble really just kind of remains where it's at, and it's just allowing, like, once you set up that up and down motion, that just continues. You'll notice, I don't know if you've ever like surfed or not. I mean, you might, since you're in Florida, but lots of times, when you get out past the break and you're just sitting there waiting for waves, and you've got sets that are kind of rolling through, the energy that is going through the ocean, if you don't have a tide coming in or going out, or going across the lineup, you're really just bobbing up and down, right? You're not moving anywhere with those waves until you get onto the face of the wave itself. You're just bobbing up and down, and that's ultimately what the ocean is doing, right? It's just moving up and down, and it's transitioning that energetic pulse on down the line. It's not like the wave the water that crashes onto the beach started 10,000 miles away, and that water traveled all the way to the shoreline. The water was already there. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and like I said, it's not just like so when they say like it's attenuating from like where it starts at the control, and it's going, like, say, it goes to a split, it goes to a cross box, it goes from that to the tap, which is on the pole, or the electrical line, and then it goes from that to the house. Each time you have like a connector or like a split or something like that, it loses um, signal. It weakens it.
I have a question. If the light's already there, that idea, then how can I look at one single object with, let's say, infrared, regular, X-rays, whatever, all kind of different infrared, How, if the light's already there, how can I look at one object with multiple devices and see it in different forms at the same time? Radar and all that stuff.
Yep. So all that is going to be a reflection, right? So if you're talking about infrared, if you're talking about visible, like our normal visible light spectrum, or something like, even like you said, radar, that is just the effect, the illumination that we get back. So kind of like a reflection. So just like in the example of water, right? To me, this is kind of the best way to understand it. Like if you're sitting in a pool and you start flapping your arms, just do it once. You create an impulse within that water, and that impulse travels, right? The water doesn't travel, but the impulse does to the end of the pool, and then it hits the other end and reflects back. And somewhere along that, once it comes in contact with, and the idea or concept of light, what we see is the illumination or the effect of it interacting with something to begin with, because we don't see the light until it impacts something, until there's something there for it to reflect off of. So we see the illumination, which is the effect.
I get that. But what I'm saying is, if that idea is the wave, like the medium, you're causing the medium to wave, right? What I'm saying is, can that medium be waved? Because I see a problem here. Can you wave the water at the same time in different vibrations? Because I'm looking at it with regular binoculars. The other guy has X-rays. The other guy has infrared. Now, can we wave that medium, all of us at the same time, differently? I don't think that's possible. If you understand what I'm
I mean,
saying, I see an issue there.
You certainly can. I mean, you can have light, and you can have light going on in your microwave, and you can watch the food being cooked. Both of those things are established through like an electromagnetic. They're both electromagnetic. They're just in different frequencies. So it's like saying, we have the ability to decode what we call visible light, right? Like we do not see an infrared. We have devices that can interpret infrared for us, that allows us to visualize things through something that can interpret infrared, but we as human beings cannot. So it's like saying, within the electromagnetic spectrum, think of that as the radio. And that whole entire spectrum is your band, whatever it is in AM, from 860 all the way up to 108 or whatever it is, or 88 to 108, whatever the spectrum is on like an FM radio. So as you're tuning that dial, you're getting a completely different radio station when you come into a specific frequency. Now, all of those signals are being picked up by your antenna at the same time. But it's not until you tune into a specific radio station that you get the clarity, or you can listen to the specific music that's being transmitted. It's kind of the same way with light. Everything's already there. We are just tuned to a specific radio station that is visible light.
But it's not already there. The radio transmitter is transmitting it out too. That's why the antennas are picking it up. But I get what you're saying. That they have the potential of picking up other stations too, but they're tuned into that particular one. Yeah, I get that part.
But it is already there. I mean, think of it this way. What do you think is impacting your antenna for your radio?
What do I think? I can only imagine it has to be some sort of vibration.
Correct. Yep. What is vibrating?
The air. The medium.
So can you transmit a like a radio signal through a vacuum?
I suppose you can, yeah.
So we've eliminated air as being what would be transmitting it. Now for sound itself, right? Like me
That's
talking,
different.
right? Yeah, me talking right now, that's my voice box setting up a perturbation of the air in specific frequencies and amplitudes, and that air is being impacted onto the speaker, and as the speaker, or well, the microphone, which is basically the reverse of a speaker, same thing, same concept. And as that microphone is being impacted by those perturbations within the air, what's taking place there is, on the other side, an interpretation of those impulses. The same way we were talking about
Yeah, but
fiber
you're saying like
optics.
there's
So
a
when we're
pressure, involved with that.
That's a physical pressure
Right.
within sound that we're talking about. Yeah. But sound is not electromagnetic. It's not on the EM spectrum.
Yeah, but your analogies that you're using, like even like with the water, like I can have a water hose, and that water hose is creating pressure and it's going from A to B. You know
Sure.
what I'm saying? And in that sense, it's travel. Like it's the same medium. We're using the same thing, water, just like you're dropping the pebble in the pond type of thing. But when you concentrate it and shoot it out in pressure form, it's going from A to B. Would you agree with that? Because, you know, like I said, this is the way they explain it, like certain decimal at certain wavelength through this
Yeah, but
wire. You
right.
know,
Yeah, but going back to the radio, which picks up electromagnetic frequencies, what is the antenna picking up? As he said, waves, right? So like waves
I said
of
vibrations, but
or
yeah.
vibration. So yeah, vibrations in what? The air is what we
Yeah.
said, and then we realized, well, we can eliminate the air and we can still have these vibrations or waves that can still travel through that. So we've kind of eliminated the air being what's carrying it. So what are we left with?
That's what
What
makes
is?
light mysterious. Yeah. You
Well, I
can
don't
no
think it
longer
should
use
be that.
the wave, like the pebble thing, when you talk about light.
Well, it's analogies can only go so far, right?
Yeah.
It's a way to get you to visually comprehend something that you can't see visually. Is the best way that I can say it.
so I
But
think
what?
the most perplexing thing is just how it's light. Like all they're doing is passing this light through this fiber, and it's somehow transmitting information for the high speed internet.
Yeah, that's mind
That's
blowing,
what the
bro.
crazy
That's
part.
yeah.
It's impulses, right? So it's just going to basically the same way that your radio is just going to receive certain impulses to be able to decode that into something. It's the same way that's happening there because it's. I'm sure your fiber optic people tell you that it's like impulses, right? Like ones and
Yeah, and
zeros,
it's
like an on and off kind of thing.
sensor. Yeah, sensor. Um,
That's what I was asking. Is it like on and off? Is it still like O's and ones? It's got to be,
I mean,
right?
that's just the way. That's just the way I have to think about it. Like I said, I'm still in the middle of this training, so who knows? Maybe tomorrow I'll learn a little bit more. But like I said, I just wanted to just kind of like bounce the question off of y'all because
Yeah.
the way it's
Come
getting.
back and lay the info on us, bro. Like, I for one, I'm interested. I'll tell you that.
Definitely an interesting topic, man, for sure.
Yeah,
Light
for
is
sure.
one
But
of
it's
the.
like most things, right? You're going to get an explanation. Like my brother's a radiation tech. He works in hospitals, dealing with various things like X-rays, MRIs, nuclear med, all that kind of stuff, right? So he deals with imaging, and he went through a lot of schooling regarding quote unquote light. And we've had many conversations about this, and like his biggest thing that kind of like made him more interested about the conversation is he said to me, he's like, I never fully understood the concept of the photon, but also talking about waves. He's like, I mean, he did what he needed to do to pass the classes. It's given in a way that you can comprehend it, you can work with it, you can do everything you need to do with the light and the electromagnetic devices. But even going through that whole entire process, he still didn't have a full good understanding as to why they're explaining it in terms of like a photon, but then also waves. Because at some point, the whole photon thing falls apart. But it's an easy way for people to grasp it, right? This photon is traveling from point A to point B. They represent it with like a little ball, and then they look at like a quote unquote shadow because the balls are being shot and the balls only hit a certain side of the plate, right? So but then when you talk to somebody like Jace is going to tell you that a photon is not analogous to like a tennis ball or a baseball or something that would be represented with like a quote unquote particle. He says he basically agrees with me or whatever. He's saying it's like a quanta of energy, a quantified portion of energy at a specific frequency and vibration. But that still stands to reason. What is vibrating? What is
Well, that's
waving?
quantum mechanics. How they explain the photon, a packet of energy. That's
Correct.
why it travels on its own in a vacuum.
Mm-hmm. But what is the energy, right? They'll say it's a frequency and a vibration. Well, what is vibrating? You have to have something to vibrate. They'll usually just say energy. Well, what the heck is that?
Yeah, it's a loop-de-loop circle. Yeah, it goes back and forth.
Right.
Personally, I think nobody knows what light is. Honestly, I don't. That's for sure.
Well, does it kind of make sense that this possibility that we have what could be considered a energetic background medium, and all that energy when at rest is in its pure potential, and then when agitated, we see a resultant effect of that energy becoming what we would call energy, right?
Right.
And
The best I've been able to do to explain it, like in like tangible terms, is electromagnetic. The point where the the magnet does that thing when it turns, and when it makes a spark in a wire. That first, when they first did those experiments, and like they said, "Oh my god," and then they figured that spark could go from one point to the other. I think that's the best explanation that I have.
I'm not sure I know what you're talking about. But like that energy or the light, right? That is like that's when there's a discharge, right? When we get that resultant effect, like a spark gap is like a discharge.
Yeah, exactly. A spark, exactly that exact thing.
Right. So that's a resultant effect of really the way that we look at energy is actually kind of backwards. Because in its rest state, in its like pure inertial state, is where you have all of the potential energy. We utilize the discharge of that energy. Like a lump of plutonium is a lot of energy, but we just look at it as like a rock. But we know that if we release that energy, we have huge effects that we can experience. So what's really there if we're holding that plutonium in our hand? What's really there? It's a ton of potential energy that has not been quote unquote released. So what's more energetic? Is it that energy in its inertial state? Or is it that energy when it goes to discharge? Well, obviously that discharge is coming from somewhere. Where is it coming from?
But see, this is what makes me think that it does have a physical aspect. Maybe it's just more of like a It's more of like it's not physical in a sense of like you thinking like with touch because we're these dense beings, but every way that you try to explain it, like even creating a shadow or like a reflection or something like that, like you're explaining it in a way where it's physical to me. It sounds physical. Like if you shine a light and I put my hand up and block the light, I'm blocking something. I'm definitely blocking something. To keep the light out of my eyes, I'm putting my hand up or I'm wearing a hat or something. I'm finding some shade. You know what I'm saying? Like there's something physical about it to me. Even like a simple reflection, like explain a reflection. You're standing across at a lake. I put a mirror up and I'm shining light here. Like what's happening there? You know what I'm saying? Like, to me, it's a physical aspect to it. It might not be like me, slapping or something like that, but there's something physical about it. Just in my thought pattern.
Yeah, it's like there is an interaction with the physical for sure, because the physical is, or what we call the physical, like the material world, is derived from the same source, right? Like you don't see
But that's what I'm
anything.
saying. Why can't it travel from point A to point B if it's one physical, and two, like you're saying you're sending it out at a certain decimal, at a certain wavelength.
I mean, you can look at it.
That's
It's
to me
it's kind
like
of
that's
more of
like
a
how hard you throw
semantics.
that rock in the pond. Like you could drop it, or you could throw it down hard. It could create a bigger wave, or create a smaller wave. But all of that is physical. You know what I'm saying? So if light is exhibiting these same behaviors, you know,
Yeah, you can think of it as quote unquote traveling from point A to point B. When we say it doesn't travel. It's a rate of induction. It's kind of a semantical, but not a semantical argument, right? Because there's a difference between a rate of induction and a traveling from point A to point B. In order to have a rate of induction, you need to have something that is inducing that energetic pulse or whatever you're sending through it. Like that wave in your pool, it doesn't travel from point A to point B. It's a rate of induction. Sound doesn't travel from point A to point B. It induces through the air at a specified rate. We just call it the speed of sound because we think it's like we're throwing something out of our mouth towards somebody else's ear. But when you think about it, that's not what's taking place. There is a rate in which that perturbation of air is going to travel, or that sound as it impacts something solid, as it vibrates through that solid object, there's going to be a specified rate in which it can induce through that solid thing.
and it's also medium dependent because you have the things like the, inert gases or whatever that don't react that may be reacting on some level, but we can't see it type of thing,
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
we don't see it reacting, you know what I mean? So yeah, I hear you, man. It's just, like I said, to me, it's awesome. It's awesome to think about. Yeah, I mean, little particles hitting your eye. I mean, but at the same time, the instructor would be like, I can't exactly remember how he explained it. Like, if it was a break in the line and then receiving it back at the, like, if something certain happened, and I can't remember exactly what it was, but it's like sometimes if this happens, then, or maybe if they weren't sending it at the right wavelength or something, or decimal, that they would receive feedback at the control, you know. Um, yeah, man, it's I had something else I wanted to say. I lost it, but yeah, man. I mean,
My bad. I was probably talking too much.
no,
But yeah,
man. What you say? Like I said, I've always thought that made sense. Like it's the perfection of the medium. You know, it's just making me think about it more. because of the way they're explaining it. Like I'm getting the, hey, it's going from A to B. It's slowing down here, here, and here. That's just the way they explain it. So somebody
Yeah, I
knows
mean,
something.
just because,
Somebody
yeah.
knows.
Well, their explanation can be useful, even if technically inaccurate. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I hear that. Yeah.
That's like there's many things
It
that
could be
we
useful. Yeah.
go ahead.
No, I'm saying, yeah, like you're saying, their explanation can be useful. But like I said, I think at the end of the day, because even like the instructor was saying, like he doesn't think that they know, like just explain it all the way down to this in-depth level about what's going on. I think somebody down the road does know, like, because how are we using it in this manner to where, like I said, this information is being in a split second, like. But they did say that there's, these cables. Like he showed us the map of all the fiber optic cables. They're still laying. They're getting rid of the copper. They're laying these fiber cables underwater, everywhere. Everywhere. Um,
Yeah. Well, I
so
mean,
that's where
it
all
all
the
comes.
information is being passed is underwater. But yeah,
Yeah, I mean, the understanding all comes from at least most of the understanding that we have of like light, energy, electricity, electromagnetic waves, like all of that stuff. For the most part, seem like our understanding of that seems to come from these guys around the turn of the century that really kind of gave us all of the um, electrical stuff that we deal with. You're talking about people coming up with ways to work with radio waves, ways to transmit electricity, all of these things. They had to come to some sort of understanding of these energies that they're working with in order to give us all of the things that we have today, all the ideas and the concepts that we have behind electrical engineering and all that kind of stuff. And most of that derived from guys like Charles Proteus Steinmetz, James Clerk Maxwell, all of these guys who had a foundational understanding of something that they called the ether. It wasn't until Einstein that somehow that concept needed to be swept under the rug, even though everything that we currently work with today, all of the concepts and understanding that we have now, that we've kind of built off a little bit. I mean, we've gotten better technology, we've gotten better engineering, not too many like leaps and bounds forward in like energy transmission or anything like that. All of that came from people who worked with a base understanding or a conceptual idea, at least, of something that we call the ether.
yeah. I mean, all that makes sense to me. I mean, we live inside of something. Like we reside inside of some kind of construct, and it has. Yeah, I mean that makes sense to me. Ether has always made sense, and like I said, I just have the feeling like there's people who know about this stuff, whether it's been hidden, whatever you want to call it, or not not just readily given to the public, whatever you want to call it. I think stuff has been. I think these things have been known for a while. It's just whatever happened has happened, and we're coming around to some of it now. But because even like in the words like together and tether and stuff like that word ether is in there. Um, I think everything does have this connection, and to me it makes a bit of sense. It's just we gotta come. Like I said, I'm just like I said. My main question was, do you think it travels from A to B? This is the way they're explaining it. You know, um, but I've always had that thought that it's the perturbation of the medium makes sense.
Right.
It's just
Which is still conceptually can be thought of as traveling from A to B because you have a
right,
point in
right.
which
It's
the
still
impulse started and where it ends or where it impacts something. But what's taking in place in between A and B is not what you would think of as like a train or a car or anything like that.
It's there. It's just being manipulated. Yeah.
It's already there. They're just setting up the agitation or the perturbation. Yeah.
And kind of concentrating or whatever. But yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Makes sense, man. Makes sense.
Light is
And I just,
definitely one of the biggest mysteries. So it's gotta be one other thing. It's either going from point A to point B, or there's a perturbation in a medium. It's one
And
of
you
those two,
see how
right?
we're asking about how like whether it travels or if it's traveling or whatever, but the information part of it, how is that converting into like the information thing is what I think the bigger question is, Explain that.
Yeah, that's another. Yeah, that's another aspect. Yeah,
yeah, I just got
that
handed
could be understood like ones and zeros. With the old punch cards. I can wrap my brain around how that might work. If
Yeah, it has
you're
to do
old
with
enough to
sense.
remember,
Sorry,
go ahead.
go ahead, man.
I was just
Well, I was
gonna
just
say,
saying
if
that
you're
it
old
has to
enough
do
to
with.
remember, okay, you go for it.
I was just gonna say it has to do with sensing. Like our eyes are a sensor. That's the way we're intaking this information somehow. And the way they explain it is like it's set up with a sensor. So it has to be ones and zeros somewhere, but I still don't. That's not enough of an explanation to how is that turned into information. How are we able to send this information over miles and miles in a split second? Um, yeah, I mean that's the bigger question. But my bad, man. I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, we both spoke at the same time. That part of it for me, I was gonna say it's not. It's a little easier to understand because I remember in the old days they had like punch cards, so there was slots, right? Each slot represented on-off. It's like an on-off switch, which creates a language. That part I can wrap my head around, but light, that's a whole different ball game, bro. But yeah, the tech that transfers that and the transistors and the way they do it, yeah, that's like remarkable, bro. Yeah, just the chip has like millions of parts in it. Yeah.
I'll tell you this: our Wi-Fi password in the classroom is 01010101.
Bro, did you know that the chips that they make, they're so small. When I found this out, it blew my mind. There's one company in the world that makes them, and apparently they're so small that they're actually photographed on. That's how they explained it. The chips are like somehow photographed on the freaking board. I don't know. Somebody with better knowledge could explain it better, but that's how they do it. Like it's small. It's like they don't actually take a piece and put it on. You know, it's crazy, man. I think that's in Denmark. That facility. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to do some more. I'm not going to have to do more research past what they tell me because I think they're just teaching us basic what we need to know to go and hook up internet. So it's run a drop, which is like running the wire from the pole to the house. They're going to teach us that what they need to know to make their money. But I'm going to try to dig. Like the instructor did say, like I think the fiber is made by Corning. I think is the company. So he said they had a few videos on how they make the fiber and stuff. Maybe I can dig and look up some things and just try to dig deeper because I think they're just going to do like the basic, you know, cursory, go make our money.
Today you can become an expert in anything, bro, on your own. Well, almost anything. You're not gonna be a surgeon, right? But yeah, you can find out all this stuff on your own.
yeah. So somebody just gave me a like 500-page book um, to read up on. It's called theories of ether and electricity from the age of Descartes to the close of the 20th or 19th century. So it basically goes from Descartes all the way through, Steinmetz and all those guys.
Sounds interesting.
Yeah.
Before when we're talking about spark gap and what light is and what we thought light is, it's funny because Tesla, his radiant energy, that's where it's created. It's created in that level, in that spark gap, in that pulse, in that overcharge, whatever you want to call it. And he first discovered that in big generators, they were giving, like, when they turned them off, they would like give this X-charge, like this discharge, and it would kill people, like. And that's what he freaking uses for his radiant energy.
Yep. Such an interesting, fascinating topic. Like, where is this stuff coming from and going to?
Yeah. Well, the way he described it, right? Some of it's coming from space, number one. Some of it's coming from the sun, number two. But he was able to create it in the manner that I just explained.
Mm-hmm.
And also he explains it like that it's not electromagnetic energy. In other words, it starts off as electromagnetic energy and he splits it through a magnet. And he explains one energy color is like blue and the other one is white, something like, I forget that there's a distinction in colors. And he explains it as not part of the electromagnetic spectrum. So that blew my mind when I heard that.
Sure. Yep. I think if the term would have been dielectric magnetic spectrum, a lot of what has been talked about recently would be less. There'd be less kickback on some of the concepts of the dielectric and the magnetic and the conjugate relationship between the two of those. It gives us our spatial dimensions.
Yeah, that's a little bit like crazy. Like it's still in my head, the counter space stuff and all that stuff. Yeah, it's kind of hard for me to wrap my head around that. But hey, there's different explanations out there. When I heard what Tesla said, that blew my mind too. So who knows, man? I'm open to all possibilities.
Did
I
y'all hear
certainly
about
don't know.
Did y'all hear about that? The in Ecuador, they assassinated the president candidate.
The what?
Yeah, after he was shot, they assassinated him.
Who? What are you talking about?
Yeah, so he got shot in an event, but he made it out alive, and then they finished the job.
Who is he?
He was the president. That was a president candidate for Ecuador. He was the one that leaked that the British, was it Britain, was spying on journalists and to WikiLeaks, and then he pretty much was saying that that he was being spied on, not him, but the WikiLeaks guy was being spied on in the embassy.
Did I hear you correct? Did you say Kennedy or this is a recent event?
No,
'Cause
recent event.
okay.
Fernando Villaciento. It's hard to
Okay.
pronounce. He
No, I
was
didn't hear anything about that.
a president candidate. He was campaigning for being president.
President candidate. Okay,
Oh,
that's where I got
candidate.
President
Yeah,
Kennedy.
I
Okay,
thought I heard
okay.
Kennedy.
So if I'm gathering the information correctly from what you're saying, is this presidential candidate was saying that Julian Assange, who I'm assuming is in an embassy in Ecuador, is being spied on by the British government. He came out and said that, and then he just got assassinated.
No, he showed that. He showed that Julian Assange was being spied on. Not that he just said it. He showed that he was being spied on.
So he gave him like actual concrete evidence.
Yep.
Well, I guess does that fall under the fuck around and find out category? You mess with
Yeah.
the global elites, and
It was weird because it was like it was Italian, not said British, but it was Italian company to run a surveillance company. So in 2015, VSL sent a secret document to WikiLeaks showing that Ecuador was using an Italian company to run a surveillance program to spy on journalists as well as politician enemies. He also showed they spied on Julian Assange in the embassy.
I think all that was a psyop, the whole thing.
agree.
Oh, yeah, bro. No doubt. Did y'all hear about that little rap girl that died as well? Y'all
No,
remember that the
go
little
go ahead,
Asian girl?
go ahead and be the news that I don't care to watch for me.
Oh, I mean, it was a little Asian girl that used to be a. I don't know if y'all remember her. That back in the days, when she's like 9, about 5 years ago. She used to come out like saying she bought a bunch of shit, yada yada yada. She got famous because of that. She just died at 14, by the way, and her brother too. I don't know if y'all ever heard. Lil Tay.
She was the first like social media kid kind of thing, right?
Yeah,
Coming
yeah,
up,
yeah, yeah. This is she got kind of famous.
basically became rich off of acting like she was rich.
Exactly. Passed away at 14, bro. Some shit.
How'd she die?
A car accident. What I heard.
Uh,
Yeah.
Karma accident? Is that what you said? Karma accident.
All right.
So, seek and find. I am in Florida as well, and I just acquired a new resident at my house that I guess takes a lot of legal red tape to give an eviction notice to.
Sorry, you said you say that again? You acquired a new residence at your house? Is that what you said?
Yeah, there's a new resident on my property that
Oh,
requires a
really?
lot of red tape to give an eviction notice to. We this past weekend, a gopher tortoise decided to come work its way underneath the gate on my fence and dig a burrow
No.
in my yard.
Yeah, you never know what you might see or run into, man. It's crazy. Like I said, I just moved down this far south a couple months ago. And like one of the first things I saw was an iguana hauling ass across the street, run straight up a tree. I mean, straight to the top of it. I mean, it's a nice sized iguana. I mean, like 3 feet long. And it just, I mean, just hauling butt and just go straight up the tree. And you couldn't even see it anymore once it got up there. I mean, we got all kind of birds and rabbits and stuff in the yard every day. It's crazy.
Yeah, same.
I love it.
I'm a little too
What part
far
of you?
north. I'm in Tampa Bay area, so I'm a little too far north for the iguanas.
Okay, you're not too far from here, though. It's not too far.
No, just like an hour 20 probably from you. But just far enough north to where we do get temperatures that will dip below freezing, possibly. So the iguanas don't survive up here. But we have everything else pretty much. Yeah, I have tons of birds that come through for sure. Rabbits. I have like basically pet rabbits. My one that I was
Right.
really close with passed away the end of March. But one of her either her babies or yeah, one of her babies is like taking over. It's not quite as friendly,
I've
but
heard
getting
her.
there.
They're multiplying in my yard, man. My kids are named. There's three at least. They're naming them all. They're call them Mr. Hopkins and Mrs. Hopkins, and
Nice.
yeah. I mean, I like it here. I mean, if you can get past the heat and the cost of living is pretty high. But, I mean, it's a river. I mean, it's a river. Like canals, rivers. Like I can walk to,
Yeah.
and then of course the Gulf. You know what I'm saying? So we got fresh water, salt water. It's
Yeah, same.
amazing.
Same. I'm a stone's throw from a river, spring fed river that leads into the Gulf. And yeah,
Yeah,
it's nice. It is hot though, for sure.
man. I mean, this job, involves, and I'm used to it. Like I'm used to when I lived on a panhandle, I worked at a fish market. We would be unloading boats. I work 6 days a week. I'm outside all the time. I'm used to it. But I came down here and I started this job, and it's like, you're outside, which is fine. I'm used to it. But for the first time since I can remember, it's dealt with dehydration. I mean, I woke up one morning and I was just, I mean, weak feeling and could barely walk across the house, man. It was bad. Definitely got to replace, your electrolytes when you're out there. And
100%, bro. I feeling those effects actually as we speak because one of the things I do on the side is I take care of some of my friends or whatever that are middle-aged divorced women. I take care of their lawn care for them. And a few days ago, I went out and I was out for a couple hours, and I forgot to bring water. Like I left my water in my garage when I went out. So I went out not only did I leave my water, I left my wallet as well. So I was like out doing the yard work. I was switching equipment, and I was like, open my truck door. I'm like, shit, I don't have any water. I was like, oh well, I'll just pick some up as soon as I'm done here. I'll go straight to the gas station, just pick up a bottle of water because I'm like dehydrated, but I didn't want to stop in the middle of the job,
Yeah.
go all the way back home, whatever. So I finished up.
So
It
does it.
was a couple of hours, dude, and then I I didn't get water until I got home, and by the time I got home, dude, I was just like done, like borderline. I don't know. I probably was experiencing heat stroke, if not just like right on the edge of it. I immediately had to like cool off, drink tons of liquid, whatever, and then I made the idiotic mistake of, oh, I'll be fine. I'll still play my hockey game a few hours after that, and I was just dead during the hockey game, bro. Like exhausted, and now I'm feeling like I'm sick. I think I just pushed my body to the limit, and now I'm feeling the effects of that. So
See, that's what I thought. I thought I was sick. Like that's what I was thinking. But over the course of the day, as I hydrated more, I was like, oh man, I was just dehydrated. I mean, this was like my first week of being down here, actually, like doing the full week of full work, week of work, and then that Saturday I went out fishing, so I'm on the beach all day. I'm in the sun still, And then Sunday I cut the yard, you know what I'm saying. Then Monday, I go back to work, and that Tuesday, man, it's just like what the hell. I had just hit a
yeah,
wall.
so you and I are like in the same boat right now, then for sure.
I learned my lesson though. I bring the packets, the little packets of the Gatorade,
Yeah, me too.
eat bananas,
I thought
eat
for sure it
bananas
was.
in the morning, type of thing.
I just thought, oh, I'll just finish up these and I'll head home and I'll be fine. But I was not. Like that was a little over 2 hours in near 100-degree heat with the humidity that we have. Like it was bad news.
Well, a lot of the locals here that I've run into say this is the hottest that they felt it down here. So I don't know how long you've been in that area, but here they're saying this is the hottest it's been in a while. So
Yeah, bro, it's been hot. Like where I'm at, like the Tampa Bay area never really gets above it. I don't think historically we've ever hit 100 degrees, right? But for the past like 5 days, we've been hitting 99, which is
yeah,
like our max. Usually it gets to like, the mid 90s, and then we get a thunderstorm that cools everything down. Like that's just the way that it is. But lately it's been not as many of those thunderstorms to cool everything down. So we keep hitting 99 like every day.
yeah, yeah. They said something about the water temperature too, like hitting some kind of record high. I think that was on the very tip, down there in the tip of Florida. At least that's what I heard. But uh, as long as because I don't know if you know there was a bad hurricane here. I wasn't here for that. I moved here after that.
Yeah, Irma.
Yeah, down on the beaches, Fort Myers,
Yep.
and all that. It's like completely destroyed down there.
Yeah, that was Irma. I actually had friends from Fort Myers that came up to stay with us when that was coming in. And then like the track shifted like it was going to come up here. So then we had like 24 hours of going from like, oh, we're just going to have a tropical storm to like, oh shit, we might get hit with a category 3 or 4 like direct hit. So then
Yeah,
they freaked out and they're like, screw this, we're going even further north. So they drove all the way to like Missouri. But yeah, then it shifted back south and it hit Fort Myers like direct.
yeah. Inland is not too bad, but you go down to the beach, man, it's just completely like wiped out. So, um, pretty soon here, I imagine, with getting everybody back up and running, there's nothing but construction going on, either new development or just rebuilding, repairing. Yeah, I'm gonna be pretty busy with getting people their internet. So the only reason I moved down here from the Panhandle is my wife. She got a pretty good job for she's in marketing. We just decided to pick up and move. I kind of had the mindset of like, you know, I hope like a lightning strike. They say it doesn't strike the same area twice. You know, we've moved from one city in Florida to another. I mean, the place we moved from could get hit by a hurricane. So it's Florida. It happens. But so far I like it. Like I said, it's just hot and cost of living is pretty crazy. We're good.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, cost of living's high now for sure, but it's high everywhere. That's the thing. It's definitely gone up, especially down here. It's gone up since the pandemic,
Yeah.
scamdemic for sure.
Yep.
I mean, when I first moved here, or shit, even when we bought our house, like it was still pretty affordable. Now it's pretty crazy. But I
Look,
still,
man, it's been nice. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I still think for what you get in the state of Florida, it's hard to beat it for the weather, the beaches, everything that you can do outside, like all that stuff combined for what you pay for the cost of living here, I think is like nothing compared to what you pay in other parts of the country and don't get half of
Oh
that.
yeah, I'm not going anywhere. I love it. But I'm originally like from Maryland. I grew up in Maryland, but I moved down in Florida on the Panhandle since like 2010. So like 12, 13 years I've been in Florida.
Nice.
But like I said, in this area, it's just been a couple months. So I'm still learning that area. I got this new job I started, and like I said, I was just sitting in class. I'm like, man, I gotta bring this because this is like it was crazy. It's like it's sitting there just talking about light attenuation and refraction. And,
And that's the thing, like when you think about attenuation, it's like what's really going on if you think of light in some sort of like particle sense of the term, right? Or
yeah,
particle sense of the word, right? What is particle attenuation? What do you just not as many things getting through at a distance?
yeah,
I
like
don't know. It's
bumping into each other, I guess, and slowing down or something. I don't know, but yeah, I guess if something is putting out a certain uh, input or frequency, and that only goes so far as like in the medium, attenuates that way.
yep, yeah.
And then you can concentrate it if you want and send it out in a beam form, I guess. You know,
Like I said, all analogies kind of fall short when you're talking about this stuff, but I think about it like sound. You can only yell, and people can only hear it so far. Like you can't create enough of a disturbance or enough energy within that air to get it to go any further. You have a limit.
and like I said, I think they're just giving us like a curve kind of surface level understanding of it. But I'm gonna do some more digging. I got to scratch the itch now that I've heard these things, and it just brought it back up. So I'm gonna do some more digging. Like I said, I'm gonna look into that company and just how the actual fiber and stuff is made. But like I said, it's the information. I think it's the really the big question. Like it's the how. It's not they can show us what to do with it. It does this and this. You do this. If this happens, then you do this. Okay, but how is all that
Right.
working? Is the bigger question. That's what I want to know.
Well, there's a reason why your teacher said that they don't really know. They'll give you the explanation they're going to give you, but do they really know? No.
But even think like if you're the first person to stumble upon something like this, and I don't know, I guess you can just stumble upon it, and then that sparks one thing to another. I guess and you still don't really know how. You're just utilizing it, type of thing. But yeah, in the back of my mind, I feel like somebody out there knows because we're using it to such a high degree right now. That's just what I feel like. Maybe I'm wrong on that, but
Yeah, I would say everybody within your company probably has the rudimentary understanding that they were teaching you, which doesn't get down to the like brass tacks of what's actually taking place because they don't care. They don't need to, right? Because you can work with the technology based on the very rudimentary concepts. So, yeah.
yeah. But I'm gonna go get some rest, man. I got some more training in the morning. And I appreciate the convo, though.
Yeah, no worries,
Whenever I
man.
get some more extra time, I'll hop on. And hopefully, I'll have some more questions or at least some more knowledge to bounce off of y'all.
Yeah, man. Good talking with you.
All
Report
right.
back.
Yeah, yeah. All right. Y'all have a good night.
All right, you too, man.
Good afternoon. What's going on?
Blaze has been telling me that I need to talk to you about.
Oh, Blaze?
Yeah, she was saying that I need to talk to you about ivermectin.
You want to jump down into a different channel so we're not on the live stream?
Yeah, sure. You want to go into you want to just go into the voice chat too? Because that's where we were all going to go. All right, I'll see you over there.
Yeah, I'm down. Or well, the live stream is there too. So why don't we go to general chat?
Alrighty then. Let's see. General chat. General. Aha, there we go. Alright, man. I'll see you over there.